Let us pray. Answer us, O God, when we call. Be gracious to us and hear our prayers. Look on our nation with favor, for your promises are sure. Lord, we thank you that so many of our nation's founders put their trust in you. Make us worthy of this godly heritage. May your presence on Capitol Hill today so influence our senators that the thoughts they think, the words they speak, and the work they do will honor you. Lord, don't be far from us, but continue to be our hope for the years to come. Help us also to remember how you have sustained us in the past as you continue to provide for our daily needs. We pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., January 28, 2026. To the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Tim Sheehy, a senator from the state of Montana, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 7148, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 302, H.R. 7148, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
call. Okay. Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this past Monday was the start of tax filing season. Now, I know most Americans aren't usually excited about the start of tax season, but this year there's less reason for dread because thanks to the working families' tax cuts, most Americans are going to see a lower tax bill. And that means bigger tax refunds for a lot of Americans, as much as $1,000 more than last year, according to some analysts, I should say. The working families' tax cuts is literally putting more money in Americans' pockets. Mr. President, as the American people file their tax returns this year, they will see the numerous ways the working families' tax cuts benefits them. And thanks to this legislation, Americans can count on more money in their pockets for the long term. Mr. President, for most Americans, tax relief starts with their tax rate and the standard deduction, which over 90% of taxpayers in this country claim. In 2017, Republicans lowered tax rates across the board and just about doubled the standard deduction. And in our landmark bill last year, Republicans made that relief permanent. And then we raised the standard deduction even further. On top of that, we created a bonus deduction for seniors, an additional $6,000 deduction to reduce the tax burden of more than 30 million Americans over the age of 65. And then there's the significant tax relief we delivered for families. In 2017, Republicans doubled, Mr. President, the child tax credit. Last year, we raised it even further to $2,200 per child. And then, Mr. President, we linked the child tax credit to inflation, which means its value will keep pace with families' actual costs. And again, that's also permanent. Parents will also have the opportunity to open new investment accounts for their newborns when they file their taxes this season. Those accounts provide another tax-advantaged option for parents to invest in their children's future. And the money can be used after kids turn 18 for their education, to start a business, to buy their first home. In short, to take advantage of the opportunities available to them and get a head start on their American dream. And those are retroactive to 2025. So parents who had a baby last year can apply for one of these accounts when they file their taxes this season. Mr. President, hardworking Americans are the ones who benefit from Republicans' landmark tax relief bill. And perhaps the biggest boost goes to those Americans who earn tips and overtime pay. Waiters and busboys, hairstylists and barbers, and Uber, Lyft, and taxi drivers are among the hardworking Americans who will be able to deduct their tips on their taxes this year. That will reduce their tax bills and let them keep a lot more of the money they earn. The same is true of workers who put in overtime throughout the year. Police officers, firefighters, paramedics, and nurses work important jobs, and that often means that they have to work extra hours during the week or come in on holidays. Well, thanks to the working families' tax cuts, they'll be able to keep more of the overtime pay that they earn for that extra time away from their loved ones. Mr. President, I don't have to remind anybody about the inflation crisis started by Democrats 5 years ago. Higher prices have affected everybody, but relief is on the way. Affordability starts with more money in your pocket, and that's exactly what the working families' tax cuts delivers. And whether you're just getting started, or you're raising a family, or you're trying to enjoy your golden years, the working families' tax cuts has something for you. Republicans wrote this bill with hardworking Americans in mind, and that's who's going to see the benefits this tax season and in the years to come. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Alsobrooks.
Minority Leader.
Ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it's been 4 days since Alex Preddy was murdered in broad daylight by federal agents in Minneapolis, and there has been zero accountability from Donald Trump for this horrendous act. Donald Trump said yesterday he wants to de-escalate things in Minneapolis. But as of today, the Trump administration has taken zero meaningful action to make that happen. Zero. As of this morning, ICE is still roaming the streets of Minneapolis with little restraint. Operation Metro Surge, which is what ICE and Border Patrol call their surge in the city, is not slowing down at all. In fact, let me read a statement that came out yesterday from Acting Assistant Chief of the Border Patrol. Here's what the Acting Assistant Chief of the Border Patrol said. Quote, as of this report, Metro Surge is steady state and expected to continue as planned. Translation, stand back and stand by. Trump is not de-escalating things in Minneapolis as he claims. On the contrary, his administration is telling ICE and Border Patrol to stand back and stand by. That's dangerous. ICE needs to leave Minneapolis at once before another tragedy happens. It's the right thing to do, both for the residents of Minneapolis and for law enforcement. But that is just one step of many. Donald Trump has likewise failed to call out the vicious lies that his own administration told in the aftermath of Alex Preddy's murder. Yesterday on Fox News, a DHS spokesperson refused to deny the characterizations that Alex Preddy was a domestic terrorist. Refused to deny those characterizations. It's absurd. A simple answer to the DHS spokesman would have been, no, he's not a domestic terrorist. We were wrong and it won't happen again. That's what normal people with normal discourse, Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, would do. But in this administration, where lying is their trademark and it spreads from the top down, lying is okay. It's too much to ask of this administration to reject and retract this vicious lie about the late Mr. Preddy. It's a disgrace. And as for President Trump, it's not enough for Donald Trump to meekly suggest he disagrees with the words of Stephen Miller calling Preddy an assassin. Donald Trump is the president and he needs to act like it. He needs to send a message and make an example of his deputies who deliberately lie to the country in moments of crisis. But you can see, again, Donald Trump lies all the time. We see it every night on the news. And so all the people below him believe it's okay to lie too, even vicious lies like the one cast at Mr. Preddy. Instead of holding his own administration accountable for lying about Alex Preddy, Donald Trump continues to blame Alex Preddy for his own death. He said yesterday Preddy should not have been carrying a gun. The president seems to have forgotten the words of the Second Amendment, quote, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Apparently for Donald Trump, if you're a Trump supporter, it's okay to be a lawful gun owner. But if you're against Donald Trump, it's not. You don't have that right. Finally, it's outrageous that Kristi Noem still has a job in the administration after federal officers murdered 2 American citizens in just 2 weeks. And it is even more disgusting that on each occasion, Kristi Noem lies about what took place. For the good of the country, Donald Trump needs to fire Kristi Noem at once. Noem is a liar, Noem is incompetent in her job, and she must go. Many Republicans here in Congress agree that Kristi Noem has lost the trust of the American people. Donald Trump needs to recognize that the tide has turned against her and that her presence does far more harm than good at this point. Donald Trump needs to show Kristi Noem the door and send her packing. Now let's turn to the Senate. Tomorrow, the Senate is scheduled to take the first procedural vote on a 6-bill funding package. The right way forward is simple. 5 of these bills are ready to go, and the Senate should pass them as soon as possible. If Leader Thune agrees to split these bills, just as Johnson did in the House, Senate Democrats are ready to join Republicans in passing them and funding 96% of the federal government. But the DHS bill, the sixth bill, needs more work in the aftermath of Preddy's death, Good's death, and the awful abuses we have seen from ICE across the country. Until ICE is properly reined in and overhauled, the DHS funding bill doesn't have the votes to pass the Senate. Let me say that again so the White House hears it. Until ICE is properly reined in and overhauled legislatively, the DHS funding bill doesn't have the votes to pass the Senate. Now, Leader Thune knows that, and so I urge Leader Thune not to put all 6 bills, including DHS, on the floor, but rather split them so we can focus on what we can pass right now. Time is short. We shouldn't waste time on failed votes right now, or else the government will shut down. I know both sides recognize we need to act in response to the awful tragedies that have taken place in Minneapolis, and Senators, Democrat and Republican, are talking and sharing ideas. But given how little time we have left before the funding deadline, the first right step for the Senate is for Leader Thune to split the funding bills and put the 5 bills on the floor, 96% of federal funding, that can pass. It's the right and expedient thing to do to ensure that most of the government is funded in time. And if Thune doesn't do it, the shutdown of the government is on his back. If he does it, we can have the necessary, if he puts the 5 bills on the floor and leaves DHS out, then we can have the necessary negotiation to rework the DHS bill and add common sense safeguards to rein in ICE's very real and very dangerous abuses. The bottom line is simple. The American people support law enforcement. They support border security, but they do not support ICE terrorizing our streets and killing American citizens. ICE needs to be held to the same basic standards that any law enforcement agency is asked to follow. Republicans must work with Democrats on legislative fixes to ensure ICE is reined in and overhauled to protect the public's safety. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, all across the country, people are starting to fill out their tax returns. Now, usually this is a time of the year that the American people dread, but not this year. This year it is different. And it's different because of legislation that we passed and that was signed into law on the 4th of July. And the reason it's different this year is the American people will be getting bigger and bigger tax refunds than they have in the past. This financial relief is the direct result of the Republicans' working families tax law. The tax cuts are dramatic. Republicans pledged to cut taxes. We did it for middle-class families. These are people that need a much-needed boost in the money in their pockets. We delivered. The Tax Foundation estimates that the average refund this year will be about $1,000 higher than it was last year. $1,000 for each one of these refunds. And the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, believes that the refunds will be even larger than that. In total, American families will receive this year in refunds about $100 billion more than last year. This is money going directly into the pockets of American families. And working families know best how to use that money. Families know what money they want to spend, they want to save, they want to invest. Let's let the American people make that decision, not the government. Republicans' policies mean Americans keep more of the money that they've earned. That's what they've been telling us for years. And all of these policies were signed into law as part of the Working Family Tax Cuts law. A permanent lower tax rate on Americans. A permanent increase in the standard deductions. A permanent increase in the child tax credit. $2,200 for each child each year. No taxes on tips for waiters or barbers or bartenders, other tipped workers. No tax on overtime for nurses and firefighters, police officers, coal miners, linemen. Higher payments for millions of seniors living on Social Security. Importantly, Mr. President, all of the tax changes that I've just mentioned apply retroactively. It's on last year's earnings, so the benefits are going to be realized in this year's tax returns. That means that Americans are paying lower taxes not just in the future, but right now, today. And just about every single taxpayer in America is going to benefit. Republicans' working families tax law cut breaks. The Americans are now free of the punishing taxes of Joe Biden's unaffordable economy. And that was an administration of high prices and high taxes. America hasn't experienced such a dramatic turnaround since Ronald Reagan reversed the failures of Jimmy Carter. Moreover, last year, Republicans blocked the Democrats' goal to raise taxes by $4 trillion. Every single Democrat in the United States Senate, every single Democrat in this chamber voted to increase taxes by $4 trillion. Had Democrats succeeded, our nation wouldn't see this largest tax cut. We would have seen the largest tax increase in American history. A $4 trillion tax increase. Not a single American would say that a $4 trillion tax increase was something they could afford. But the Democrats wanted to force-feed it down the American people's throats. Democrats are proven to be the party of high taxes. And it's getting worse, Mr. President. Last week in Virginia, they swore in a Democrat governor. In the state of Virginia, Democrats now control the House, the Senate, and the governor's mansion. And they are determined to steer it hard to the left. Virginia is a roadmap to the radical policies that Democrats want to pursue nationwide. So what do they want to do? Well, they want taxpayers to fund in-state tuition for illegal immigrants. There they go again. The Democrats, people that wanted to defund the police, people that shut down the government to support illegal immigrants now want to send in-state tuition to illegal immigrants. Democrats want to raise taxes anywhere they can think of it. They're going to do it in barbershops, nail salons, dry cleaners, and gyms. And, Mr. President, being in your home state of Montana, how do you think this would fly here? Democrats want to raise sales tax by 11% on all firearms and ammunition. That's what the Democrats are doing now in their effort in Virginia. That is their model. That's where they're heading. They even want to introduce a backdoor carbon tax, a tax that would increase families' electric bills by over $1,000 a year. That's going to wipe out what kind of the tax increases, the refund increases that families are going to get. The state of Virginia wants to take it away from the benefits that people are receiving. Democrats want to, it's astonishing. You can't believe this. They want to ban gas-powered leaf blowers because they don't want to use the gasoline, don't want to use gasoline. At the same time, they want to tax the battery-powered lawn equipment. So you can't use one made of gas, and you got to pay more taxes on using batteries. These are far-left policies. And these things just prove the Democrat Party remains radical, extreme, dangerous, and scary. That's where they want to take the country. This is what their record reveals. Whether they're the radicals now that have taken over the government in the state of Virginia, whether they're in New York City, whether they're in California, or the Democrats right here in this Congress. Fortunately, for the pockets and the purses and the paychecks of Americans, Republicans are focused on making our country more prosperous. Like we promised to deliver prosperity for all Americans, that is exactly what we're doing, and the bigger refunds that Americans are going to see this year prove it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator Morgan.
Mr. President, for the Trump administration to stomp to death the First, the Second, the Fourth, the Fifth, and the 10th Amendments to the Constitution is not immigration enforcement. It is a totally lawless abuse of federal power. The First Amendment guarantees Americans the right to make their voices heard and to document lawlessness by the federal government. It guarantees the right to peacefully assemble and protest against those abuses. The Second Amendment guarantees the right to bear arms. Regardless of what you think about current gun law, there is no justification for murdering a man who was lawfully carrying a firearm. The Fourth Amendment protects the American people against illegal search and seizure of their property. That includes private data and information, and I'll touch more on that in a minute. The Fifth Amendment guarantees the right to due process. Instead, Trump's masked agents are now stopping people across the country and saying, "Papers, please." Then they get thrown into unmarked vehicles, herded into detention centers, and deported to dangerous conditions without due process. The 10th Amendment limits federal government overreach, and it protects states' rights. The recent events in Minneapolis, the murder of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, demonstrate exactly how the Trump administration is breaking the law and trashing the Constitution. Mr. Preddy was exercising his First Amendment rights to peaceably observe and record abuses by ICE agents. He was exercising his Second Amendment right to lawfully carry a firearm, and he had a permit. He was murdered by the CBP agents. Renee Good was sitting in her car, exercising her First Amendment rights to peaceably observe the actions of federal agents. She was shot and killed in broad daylight. In both instances, there's ample video evidence to disprove the Trump administration idea that these Americans were domestic terrorists who were covering up lawful killings. I warned when Trump began deploying federal agents to our cities that lives would be at risk. That's now reality. So our country needs appropriate federal law enforcement to identify and remove those who committed violent crimes. What's not needed is an American Gestapo rousting tourists, immigrants, and naturalized and native-born Americans alike with guns to their head. Shooting unarmed Americans on the street is not immigration enforcement. It's intimidation. It's a blatant attempt to suppress free speech and anybody who tries to stand up to Trump's abuse of federal power. Trump's ICE and CBP agents have clearly been trained in fear tactics instead of legitimate law enforcement. I've said it before, and I want to say it again before the Senate. Kristi Noem and the political appointees at DHS have got to go. So I'm calling on ICE and CBP agents in our streets to get out of our communities. I'm pushing for legislation to get them out of schools and hospitals, places of worship, child care centers, courthouses, and additional public spaces. I'm also calling for the end of ICE locking people up who don't need to be, including the end of family detention and privately run immigration detention centers. And I call on the Border Patrol to go back to ports of entry and get out of the business of terrorizing our communities miles away from duty stations. If an individual has committed a local crime, then local law enforcement can step up. It's far past time these armed agents who've now murdered 2 American citizens and shot more under disturbing circumstances are sidelined. ICE and CBP agents certainly have proved they can't be trusted in our communities with weapons and firearms, as we've seen. If you listen to Trump and his crowd, they seem to think it's the American people who ought to be disarmed. I think most people around our country understand we need to overhaul immigration to continue the rich history of welcoming immigrants and refugees as we secure our border and enforce immigration laws. That's not what Trump's lawless activities are about. Right now, ICE is destroying the rule of law, not protecting it. I've made it clear I cannot and will not support more federal funding for Trump's ICE unless there is an end to these killings and abuses and accountability for everybody involved. In its current form, ICE is no longer an immigration enforcement agency. It is Trump and the administration's personal Gestapo. There can be no more funding for ICE while it kills people on the streets, incites violence, and defies the law. When Democrats have the opportunity, we will investigate and publicly prosecute anybody complicit in these murders, from Kristi Noem to Mr. Bovino, all the way down to the ICE and CBP agents that pulled the trigger on Renee Good and Alex Preddy. It's also important to investigate the agents who have subjected immigrants, including children, to extraordinary cruelty. Before wrapping up, I want to touch on something else that's been missed with regard to the abuses, and that's data privacy. For years, I've come to this floor to sound the alarm on the growing appetite of ICE to exploit legal loopholes that allow the federal government to buy up troves of Americans' most private information, including geolocation data. We now see exactly how the Trump administration is abusing that information. ICE is using Palantir apps to collect biometric data and run protesters through facial recognition systems. This amounts to labeling people as domestic terrorists just for exercising their First Amendment rights to peaceably protest and report on federal agents. It is a clear threat to the constitutional rights of Americans, and I'm working with Senator Markey and others to stop these abuses. Second, ICE is buying Americans' private location data from sleazy data brokers through a legal loophole that allows the government to get around the Fourth Amendment. This isn't a red issue or a blue issue. It's a constitutional issue. The American government has no business with companies purchasing the location data of American citizens. So I propose the Fourth Amendment is not for sale. That would put a stop to the government being able to buy up troves of Americans' personal data from anybody who's got a credit card. We ought to be pushing to get it passed into black letter law as soon as possible so that agencies like ICE don't have access to the personal information of millions of Americans. Finally, my investigators exposed that ICE is using government data from state motor vehicle departments and other federal agencies. It's refused to answer questions how that data is being used. So we're leading a fight here in the Senate to rein them in. I've warned states that care about their residents they better stop sharing DMV data and enabling ICE abuses. ICE is using this information to target Americans on our streets. My view is, Mr. President, it's important for the Senate to recognize that data privacy is now a life and death issue in America. As long as Trump's agents are shooting American citizens dead on the street, this administration having access to our private location data and other information is a threat to everybody's safety. I'll close with this. My parents fled the Nazis during the very real threat of growing authoritarianism in Germany. What the Trump administration is offering us is indeed the authoritarian playbook. Attack the weakest in order to cow the rest of us. My family knows a thing or two about watching a democracy slide toward authoritarian rule. We know a little bit about what comes next. The American people have a right to feel and be safe. No one should be forced to live in a country where they're terrified that the federal agents might bust your door open in the middle of the night. I hope that all Americans who have a chance to follow this discussion and learn about it in the days ahead will speak out, and that all Americans will never, never, never yield their liberties. I yield the floor.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, well, it's certainly been an eventful several days. Of course, across the country, people are still shoveling out roads and sidewalks from the dramatic snowfall we had. And of course, many of us have struggled to get back to work because of disrupted flights. Some parts of Texas, believe it or not, had as many as 10 inches of snow. I know that's not a big deal in the great state of Nebraska, but it's a big deal in Texas because Texans cannot drive on the snow and ice. I think that's anybody who's seen some of the video of people trying to drive on the ice in Texas, we're not used to that. But a severe snowstorm was not the only thing to hit our country over the last weekend. As we all know too well, an ICU nurse for the VA named Alex Preddy was killed in an interaction with Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis. We are still learning more about what transpired that day. But unfortunately, what we see too often when tragic events like this occur is people jump to conclusions early without knowing all the facts. But regardless of what we don't yet know, what we do know is that it's always a tragedy when a human life is ended. I applaud President Trump for taking the steps to review this and sending Tom Homan into Minneapolis to try to de-escalate and restore law and order in that state. The president's also indicated he talked to Governor Walz and that they're working toward a productive solution into what has become an untenable state of affairs in Minneapolis. One thing's absolutely clear: we need better collaboration and cooperation, maybe a little more cooperation than collaboration, between federal and law enforcement in order to ensure that our laws are being followed while preventing further loss of life in our country. But when state and local officials like the governor and the mayor of Minneapolis use their position of authority to vilify federal law enforcement officials, bad things can happen. The governor of Minnesota has compared federal agents to a modern-day Gestapo. How reprehensible and irresponsible is that, particularly coming from a guy who wanted to be the Vice President of the United States? And obviously, Governor Newsom in California has used similar language. Governor Walz has described his state as fighting a war against the federal government. And he called the Trump administration's enforcement operations dangerous and sensationalized. I'll tell you what makes situations like that happened in Minneapolis 2 times now, where American citizens have lost their lives. What makes that more likely to happen is when governors and mayors, people who are supposedly in positions of responsibility, actually encourage people to interfere with law enforcement operations. And we know that now, on at least 2 occasions, they can end with tragic results. This is completely unacceptable conduct by a governor and a mayor. What they should do is stop their sanctuary policies. We don't see the same sort of law enforcement operations in Texas or Nebraska. We see it in sanctuary states and sanctuary cities where local and state law enforcement are denied the chance to collaborate and cooperate with federal law enforcement authorities. What happens in states like Texas that does cooperate with law enforcement is when somebody is detained, let's say by the police in the local jail, if they find out they are wanted by ICE, they will simply transfer them from the local jurisdiction to the custody of ICE, so that ICE doesn't have to go out on the street and conduct raids in order to detain people who are not lawfully here in the United States. All of this may seem like fun and games to blue state governors and sanctuary city mayors until somebody gets hurt. But now, as I said, 2 people have tragically lost their lives, and we have the governor and the mayor cheering people on to do more of the same. This has to de-escalate, and I'm optimistic that Tom Homan, given his long career as a professional law enforcement officer, somebody applauded by President Obama for his work, but obviously who also has the confidence of President Trump. I'm glad he is there in Minneapolis, talking to the mayor, talking to the governor, hopefully trying to get them to tone down the rhetoric and not encourage more actions which could also result in tragedy. While we're waiting to learn more details, yes, still waiting to learn more details about what exactly happened, I believe state and local officials have an obligation to tone down their rhetoric. Because what they are doing is they're vilifying the brave men and women who actually are enforcing laws that Congress has passed. They're calling them Nazis or the Gestapo. Of course, maybe you should expect this from the same crowd that called for defunding the police. How did that work out? Or abolishing ICE. Abolish ICE? Are these people who want no enforcement of our immigration laws? Well, apparently so. ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and Customs and Border Protection officers that I know personally and know of by reputation have an incredibly difficult and dangerous job to do, especially in the face of well-organized and paid-off left-wing agitators. But again, underlying all of this are the sanctuary city policies implemented by Governor Walz and others that have prevented law enforcement officials from conducting their work in a safe and orderly fashion. Well, we've seen what happens when the local police are instructed not to protect ICE officers and Border Patrol agents doing their job, as happened in Chicago, and ordinary citizens have been encouraged to interfere with law enforcement operations. The incendiary rhetoric from the governor encouraged ordinary citizens to put themselves into harm's way. Ultimately, the confrontations between citizens and law enforcement culminated in last week's incident that ended in tragedy. And I sincerely hope, I know we all do, that this does not happen again. None of us want to see lives lost, whether at the hands of law enforcement or at the hands of criminals. What happened to Alex Pretty was tragic. But we also need to remind people what happened to Laken Riley, Kayla Hamilton, Jocelyn Nungare, that what happened to them was also tragic and could have been prevented. Their deaths could have been prevented if the immigration laws currently on the books had simply been enforced. Each of them were killed by people who had no business being in this country illegally and committed these murders because of the Biden administration's open border policies that just opened the door to anybody and everybody that wanted to come to the United States. That's what sensible enforcement of our immigration laws is designed to prevent. To allow people into the country who play by the books, play by the rules, and follow the law, who we welcome into this country. The United States still is the most generous country in the world when it comes to welcoming immigrants. We naturalize roughly 1 million people a year who raise their hand and pledge allegiance to the United States and their willingness to support the Constitution and laws of this great country. Legal immigration is a great boom and great advantage the United States has, but illegal immigration has been an unmitigated disaster. You know, as I think back on the Biden era of open borders, what breaks my heart is the fact that 500,000 children were welcomed into the United States, so-called unaccompanied minors, placed with sponsors, frequently unvetted and without adequate supervision or follow-up, and were simply lost. We don't know whether they were recruited into gangs, used for sex trafficking, forced into involuntary labor. Those 500,000 children were victims of this open border, lawless immigration policy of the Biden administration. President Trump was elected based on a promise to secure the border, which he has done. But we also need to make sure that people who've exhausted all of their legal remedies or have criminal records need to be prioritized and removed from the country. And right now, there are roughly 280,000 people who are in that category. But to have the governor and the mayor encourage people to interfere in a lawful enforcement operation can result in tragedy, as we've seen. Well, Mr. President, we now know that these two tragedies are being exploited by Democrats in the Senate who refuse to pass the normal appropriations bills that have now passed the House and have come here in order to pay the bills, keep the lights on, and keep the government operational. And they're using these incidents to threaten another closure, another shutdown of the federal government, like they did a short time ago with the longest shutdown in American history. Democrats are using this tragedy as a scapegoat to try to force changes to government funding that they know cannot be done in the time we have left before the current continuing resolution expires. This is nothing but an excuse, a lame excuse by Senate Democrats to delay and disrupt the work that the American people elected us to do. We know that Senate Democrats have used this playbook recently, and the American people have seen how it ends. It solves nothing. When the government reopens, you have the same problems you had beforehand that you just are ignoring or kicking the can down the road. And it imposes an unnecessary burden on so many Americans who don't get paid, who get furloughed, and created not only financial hardship for millions of Americans, but this was all for what? To simply make a political statement. But I hope, for the sake of the Texans I represent, the 32 million Texans, that Democrats have learned something from their recent lesson about using their livelihoods, holding their livelihood as a hostage for political purposes. This is not the time for another government shutdown. In order for President Trump to continue the work he started to restore trust between local and federal officials in Minnesota, the Department of Homeland Security, and yes, that includes ICE and Border Patrol, must be funded. We can have conversations about what additional oversight is required, what additional laws we should consider, but not at the expense of shutting down the government. Again, what happened over the weekend was a tragedy, but it's not a reason to punish 330 million Americans by shutting down the government as a political stunt. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled recess. Myself for up to 10 minutes, Senator Kelly for up to 5 minutes, Senator Murray for up to 10 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to remind us of what we commemorated yesterday, Holocaust Remembrance Day. During the Holocaust, the Nazi regime and its collaborators systematically murdered 6 million Jewish men, women, and children. 2/3 of Europe's Jewish population was killed in concentration camps, death camps, ghettos, and mass shootings. Entire communities were wiped out. Centuries of Jewish life and culture erased. On Holocaust Remembrance Day, we remember not just the numbers, but the individuals. Each one represents a world of possibilities that were destroyed. And yet we're living in a day and age where Holocaust deniers are growing in number and anti-Semitism is on the rise. In 2024, the FBI recorded its highest number ever of anti-Jewish crimes, nearly 2,000 crimes, accounting for nearly 70% of all religiously motivated hate crimes. This is unthinkable and totally unacceptable. Jews make up only 2% of our U.S. population, yet they bear the brunt of religious motivated violence. The U.S.-Israel relationship serves vital American interests. Israel is our most reliable democratic ally in the Middle East and shares intelligence that has prevented terrorist attacks on Americans here, on our soil, and against American interests worldwide. Our military cooperation advances technology that protects American service members. Israel's Iron Dome and other defensive innovations were developed with U.S. partnership and now inform our own defense systems. A strong Israel helps counter Iranian influence and terrorism that threatens not just the region, but American citizens at home and abroad. This relationship is built on shared values: democracy, the rule of law, and human rights in a region where these principles are rare. Supporting Israel's security is supporting American security. Mr. President, you can visit Civil War cemeteries, Revolutionary War cemeteries, World War I and II cemeteries in Europe, Vietnam War cemeteries clear up until today, and see the Star of David on some of those gravestones. You can see them out at our famous cemetery here in Washington, D.C., where people who served our nation and gave their last measure of devotion, and there are Stars of David among all of them. This is an important American value that we must acknowledge and make sure never happens again. Mr. President, finally, I want to say a few words about responsibility. Never again must be more than words. It must be a commitment backed by action. We must speak up when anti-Semitism rears its head on our campuses, our streets, and online. We must distinguish between legitimate political discourse and hate disguised as activism. And we must protect Jewish students who should feel safe pursuing their education. We must stand with the Jewish people, both here and in their ancient homeland, when they face existential threats. History will judge us not by our words today, Mr. President, but by our actions tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, like every American, over the past few weeks, I've watched the videos of Americans being shoved and beaten and pepper sprayed and shot and killed by federal immigration agents. Over the weekend, Americans watched what happened to Alex Preddy in Minneapolis, a U.S. citizen, an ICU nurse at the VA who took care of veterans. He was shot and killed by federal agents for no good reason. His family lost someone they loved, and it all happened in the blink of an eye. Before that, it was Renee Good. Renee was a mother and a wife. She was shot and killed in her car, and her family will never see her again. 2 Americans are dead at the hands of their government. That should demand the highest levels of accountability. It is that simple. Instead, this administration has lied to the American people. They have slandered these Americans as terrorists. They have told us not to believe what we see with our own eyes. They blamed Alex Preddy because he was in lawful possession of a firearm. They have tried to block the investigations into what happened. We also know that these are not isolated incidents. Just the other day, ICE conducted a series of workplace raids at a sports bar in Phoenix. Places where families go to just have some wings and watch a game. The agents wore masks and tactical gear. And I watched a video of ICE officers doing a drive-by, spraying a woman in the face who was just standing on the sidewalk. They sprayed her with mace. She was not doing anything wrong. They violated her constitutional rights. These are the actions of a rogue agency that is storming cities, violating the constitutional rights of Americans, and creating volatile situations where tragedies happen. This is not making Americans safer. It is clearly doing the opposite thing. And it has to stop. I am the son of 2 police officers. From a very young age, I learned that law enforcement should exist to serve and protect people. We can enforce our laws without this chaos. We can enforce our laws without federal agents killing people in the streets of American cities. We should demand that as senators, as Republicans and Democrats, as Americans. We should all demand better. And we should use our power to make that happen. That's why I will not vote for the Department of Homeland Security budget this week, because that agency needs an overhaul from the top down and the bottom up. That's why the head of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, and the guy who everybody knows is actually making the decisions and calling the shots and running the show, Stephen Miller, both of them should be out of jobs because they have lost the trust of the American people. And that's why I introduced the Stop Excessive Force in Immigration Act to rein in and stop this abuse of power. This bill sets limits on the use of force and the use of firearms by immigration agents. It restricts the use of tear gas, flashbang grenades, and pepper balls. It requires body cameras to be used. And it restricts the use of face masks. It requires accountability and transparency so that when somebody is hurt or killed, the American people will get some answers. This is pretty basic stuff. It should be what all Americans expect from law enforcement, and it should be something that both Republicans and Democrats alike can support. Because I believe that we are better than this. I believe we can keep communities safe without this chaos. But that depends on all of us stepping up right now at this moment before another American ends up dead in the streets. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, there are 2 simple truths here. 1, there's absolutely no reason for a shutdown. 5 of the bills before us, covering 95% of the remaining budget, everyone agrees we can pass. And 2, after the horrific killing of Alex Preddy last weekend, after so many vile, shameless lies from Trump officials, and after the flagrant abuses we have seen from ICE and CBP agents, it is painfully and brutally clear this out-of-control department must be reined in, and Congress must take action to make that happen. What we have seen happening in Minnesota and all across the country is simply un-American. Trump and Nome sent ICE and Border Patrol into Minneapolis not on a targeted mission to retrieve actual criminals, but to go door to door, terrorizing communities and asking to see the papers of anyone who doesn't fit their idea of what an American looks like. Secretary Nome and her masked agents are haphazardly dragging off people with no criminal record, people who are here legally, people who are citizens, and of course, they are even dragging off children. No one has to take my word for it. We all saw them march a man, a citizen, out of his house in the freezing cold in nothing but his underwear. We all saw them cart away a 5-year-old with his Spider-Man backpack and a bunny hat on. And when people protested peacefully, the Trump administration cracked down with a level of force as brutal as it was unjustified. Again, no one needs to take my word for it. We all heard about the family who had their car tear-gassed on the way back from a basketball game, and their baby stopped breathing and needed emergency care. We all watched the woman who was dragged out of her car on the way to a doctor's appointment. We all saw that unforgettable photo of an unarmed man pinned on the ground with one of Trump's federal officers pepper spraying him directly in the face. We all bore witness to the murder of Renee Good. And then, last weekend, we all saw the horrific killing of Alex Preddy, a lawful observer exercising his rights, murdered in cold blood by federal agents. And how did Trump's team respond? They lied about what we all saw with our own eyes. They slandered Alex as a domestic terrorist. This man was a VA nurse. He was beloved by his patients. They falsely claimed that he wanted to massacre law enforcement when he was simply exercising his constitutional First Amendment rights. They said he attacked law enforcement when he was only helping a woman who law enforcement had assaulted. They said he brandished a gun when he never touched it. In fact, he was already disarmed when they shot him in the back. And yet, right now, the only department they will let investigate this tragedy is the department that was responsible for it. That cannot be how things work in this country. Not if we're going to keep the democracy that we all cherish. We need real, independent investigation. We need real accountability, and we need real reforms. And until that happens, until we begin reining in this out-of-control department, we cannot pass the DHS bill as it stands. The DHS bill needs to be split off from this larger package, and that needs to happen so we can prevent other parts of the government from shutting down while we work to reform the DHS bill. Now, I want to be straight with everyone. Not passing the Homeland bill will not stop ICE right now. Why? Because Republicans already gave ICE tens of billions of dollars without a single Democratic vote when they passed their big, ugly bill. As the junior senator from Kentucky has pointed out, even without the DHS bill, ICE will have many times its annual budget because of the bill that the Republicans passed last summer. But splitting off the Homeland bill does ensure that Congress is forced to reckon with this issue. It does give us the opportunity to take much-needed action to protect Americans from this out-of-control department. And to be clear, this is not just what Democrats are demanding. It is what the vast majority of Americans are demanding. People in this country, Mr. President, are absolutely horrified. They are outraged that our government is gunning down U.S. citizens on the street with impunity. And this just cannot continue. And with each hour that goes by, we are seeing more and more Republicans agree that the status quo is unacceptable, that there must be change, and that Congress must do something. We, Congress, must do something. And there's a very reasonable and straightforward path here now. There is a legislative package of 6 funding bills at the desk right now, right up here. 5 of the funding bills in this package will all overwhelmingly agree on. We all agree on cancer research. We all agree on child care funding. We all agree on funding roads and bridges and housing. We agree on paying our troops and supporting small businesses and so much else that is in those bills. And by the way, the House, in fact, passed those 5 bills overwhelmingly. So let's just remove Homeland Security, pass the remaining 5 bills without delay. There is no reason to wait, and we can get to work right away to negotiate a Homeland bill that includes the reforms and accountability everyone knows is needed. I'm here, I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and get to work with Chair Collins and our colleagues to craft a bill with serious oversight and accountability so we can simply rein in the abuses that we're seeing. But if Republicans refuse to work with us on DHS and refuse to put up the remaining 5 bills for a vote in the meantime, they will be choosing to shut down the government across all of the agencies impacted, cutting off funding for life-saving clinical trials and paychecks for our troops and our air traffic controllers, and as we all know, much more. We should not let that happen. So, Mr. President, let's pass the 5 bills ahead of the Friday deadline. Let's focus separately on DHS, where it is clear that accountability and reform cannot wait. We do this all the time, move forward on the areas where we have an agreement and keep negotiating on the other. That is what needs to happen here and now. And look, if the House has to come back to prevent a shutdown, so be it. That's part of the job they have. Back in 2018, after the Senate cleared a spending bill, and we went home for the holidays, President Trump did a 180 and had the House change the bill and send it back to us. You know what we did? We came back and we voted. That's it. That's our job. That's what the House can do. So there is no need for a shutdown. There is no need for a delay. And there is every need for serious reforms. Let's get it done. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15.
across Iowa.
The Senate will come to order. The senator from Iowa.
Before I speak, I have 11 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. These requests have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
On January the 23rd, people from all over our country came to Washington, D.C. to celebrate the 53rd annual March for Life. These peaceful movements are exercising their free speech, their free association, and their right to petition government for redress of grievances, all First Amendment constitutional rights. They exercise it through using the Constitution to express their views. This year's theme of the March for Life was, quote unquote, life is a gift. So they were inviting folks to embrace the joy of innocent human life in the womb. They marched in solidarity with mothers who deserve better than abortion, who deserve life, love, support, and encouragement. They marched hoping for a day when all people see babies as the blessings that these babies are, for a day when the word abortion is unthinkable. So I say to this group of marchers, thank you. You came to Washington on January 23rd for the 53rd year in a row to call attention to the value of life. Thank you for your faithful example of what it means to be pro-life. In Congress, we must do all we can to support mothers and their babies, and I hope I'm doing that by being a proud sponsor of the bipartisan bill that I call the Healthy Moms and Babies legislation, which would better support pregnant moms to receive high-quality health care no matter the zip code they live in. I'm also a co-sponsor of the Pregnant Students' Rights Bill, a pro-mother, pro-family legislation ensuring pregnant mothers receive support while pursuing their dreams. I look forward to continuing this work. Mr. President, I come to the floor to say bon voyage to a very talented and trusted employee of mine who has worked hard for the people of the state of Iowa. When I say bon voyage, as I'll say later, he probably has the prospects of being a college professor, a think tank researcher, or maybe even a diplomat. So today, I come to the floor to pay tribute to a trusted and loyal member of my staff, whom I'm honored to say has been a member of Team Grassley for 25 years, and I'm glad to have him here on the floor with me right at this minute. James Rice will leave his post as my legislative director at the end of this month. He's devoted the past quarter century in service to the people of Iowa. here in the United States Senate. Now, he didn't start out to be the important family or the important staff member is right now, because he started as an intern in 1997. That summer, he even served in some positions that don't get a lot of attention because they're behind the scenes. He served as boots on the ground during my 6th foreign ambassadors tour. For over 2 decades, I organized every other summer an ambassador's trade tour across Iowa. I invited members from the Foreign Diplomatic Corps here in Washington, D.C., along with their spouses, serving here in the nation's capital, to join me for a week-long road trip to showcase my home state's people, our products, and our places. From securing overnight stays in the homes of Iowans to keep trade delegation on schedule, visiting farms, factories, and always ending at the Iowa State Fair, this devoted team player, James, was among the many helping hands working behind the scenes to make the week run smoothly. That just might be why James first got bitten by the foreign policy bug that has fostered his interest and expertise in foreign affairs and international unity and diplomacy, and why he's been a valuable advisor to me on foreign affairs. Now, James is a native of Davenport, Iowa, majoring in political science, history, and government. After graduating from Drake University, Des Moines, he joined my staff here in Washington, D.C. 3 years after being an intern in the year 2000. James has referred to the Grassley team as the Embassy for Iowa. With tireless convictions, he managed his work with proficiency. James exemplified the biblical parable of talents. He's been a good and faithful servant to the people of Iowa. I will miss his very scrupulous attention to detail and ability to finesse bipartisan victories for Iowa. I could always count on his counsel and valued his wisdom. James has an uncommon mastery of parliamentary procedure here in the United States Senate and encyclopedia knowledge of Iowa. And of course, he shares my love for history. As legislative director, James cultivated exceptional depth of knowledge in his policy portfolio, including education, foreign policy, and the rules of the United States Senate. While I hire people to join my staff, when I hire them, I tell them I expect them to do their job the Grassley way. And that means adopting my approach to representative government, which is treat people with respect, do your homework, and go the extra mile for the people of Iowa. James worked tirelessly to provide outstanding constituent service. One of my priorities as a senior senator for Iowa is to respond to every phone call, letter, and email that I get from Iowans. James was instrumental in his leadership to revolutionize my constituent correspondence operation. Some may say that he was a tyrant over, quote, unquote, what we call in the office old mail. To that, I would say he was doing just as I asked. ensuring Iowans receive a thoughtful and timely response to their questions and concerns. During my 45 years of holding county meetings in each one of the 99 counties, during those meetings, I want to make sure things are going right in my office. I say, write me a nasty letter if they haven't heard back from me to their email or their postal mail, or if they left their name and address at a telephone call, they'd get a written response. So, thanks to a large part to this man's meticulous efforts, that doesn't happen very often that I'm told somebody did not get a response to their letter. As legislative director, he mentored scores of legislative correspondents over the years, many of whom climbed the staff ladder to become legislative assistants or pursue careers off of Capitol Hill. He also cultivated long-standing relations with Iowans, particularly educators from across the state, as well as ambassadors from across the world. A rock-ribbed conservative, James practices what he preaches. He's a warrior for freedom and liberty. Each year he has hosted a tea in our office in October to celebrate Margaret Thatcher's birthday because he so admired her as the leader, Prime Minister of Great Britain. In another quirk, James also spearheaded an annual observance of St. John's Day, a summer solace celebration in Estonia. That's when the Estonian people celebrate Victory Day to mark the defeat of the German troops in their war for independence in 1919. This goes to show that James doesn't do anything half-heartedly. Although a dyed-in-wool Iowan, he's a dual citizen of Estonia. In fact, he loved the Baltic nations so much that he built a house there. As I mentioned, James is leaving my staff and his Senate service at the end of this month. He will dive into academia and passion for foreign policy to obtain a Doctor of Philosophy in Statecraft and Strategy at the Institute of World Politics, where he also earned a master's degree. I told him I like his speeches so much that I hope he will continue to keep me in mind when he feels a speech coming on to bring much needed historical context to these modern day problems that we face around here. So James, Barbara and I wish you all the best, a great future, and we thank you for your decades of service to the people of Iowa. When I announced your departure, or when you announced your departure to your fellow staff members, you said you'll always be a part of the Grassley family, and I couldn't agree more. I like that you will do just that, be a member of the family. Thank you. I yield the floor.
From Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please get the truth out about our son. He was a good man. Those are the words of Michael and Susan Preddy, the parents of Alex Preddy, who over the weekend was killed by masked federal agents in Minneapolis. I'm here to be part of getting the truth out. Masked federal agents shot and killed Alex Preddy, an American citizen, in broad daylight. Alex was an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA hospital, a nurse for veterans. He was a son, a brother, a friend, a caretaker. And he was killed while he was trying to help a woman who had been pushed to the ground by a federal agent. The last words that Alex spoke on this earth were, "Are you all right?" Those are the words of a good man trying to help someone who had been knocked down by an out-of-control ICE agent. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. And Mr. Preddy was not the first. 17 days earlier, ICE agents shot and killed Renee Good, a 37-year-old American citizen and mom, dropping off her kid at school. She had stuffed animals in her glove compartment. And while ICE agents cursed at her, her last words on this earth were, "I'm not mad at you." There have been more incidents. ICE agents detained Liam, a 5-year-old boy who was literally ripped off the streets by the strap of his Spider-Man backpack, a preschooler. In Massachusetts, Marcelo Gomez da Silva, a high schooler, was arrested by ICE on his way to volleyball practice. And Rumisa Ozturk, a student at Tufts University, was cornered by 6 masked agents, shoved into an unmarked van, and taken to a detention facility in Louisiana. And it goes on and on and on, story after story after story. The people ICE grabbed up, the people they shot, are not threats to you and me. They are not violent criminals that Trump promised to go after. They are not, as Trump said, the worst of the worst. No, these are our neighbors, they are our friends, they are our colleagues, they are people who treat us when we are sick. The risk is not from them. The risk increasingly comes from out-of-control ICE agents who can't follow the basic training manual that our local police, our state police, and our National Guard are all trained to follow. This invasion by ICE is not making anyone in America safer. And if we don't put a stop to it, these masked agents are going to kill more people. We are at a turning point in our country. And what we do next now is in front of the United States Senate, in front of my colleagues here today. This week, we are tasked with funding the government, and one part stands out. Last summer, Trump and the Republicans lavished ICE with $75 billion. That is more than their annual budget for 7 years. And maybe that is why ICE is handing out $50,000 recruiting bonuses. Now, in this budget, Trump and the Republicans want to reward ICE with an additional $10 billion in funding. That's right, Donald Trump wants us to write another check, hand it over to ICE, and let them keep rolling in the dough. But here is my view. I am a no. I am a hell no. We cannot give one more penny to Trump's ICE while its masked, poorly trained agents terrorize people all across this country. It is time for the United States Senate to step up and stop ICE's violence. We must stand united, and we must fight back, and we must do it now. I want to be clear. If it were up to me, Congress would completely overhaul ICE, strip the agency down to the studs, repeal billions in Trump's bloated spending, and end these abuses entirely. And I'm going to keep fighting for that. But there are also some immediate common sense steps that we can take right now. And here is some of what I am fighting for. 1, end ICE's violence. No more roving patrols and profiling people on the street. No more treating people like they're guilty just because of their skin color or because they speak with an accent. No more threatening people with guns just because they are recording what is going on. 2, follow the law. ICE must follow the same rules as everyone else in law enforcement. Get a warrant from an independent judge before barging into people's homes and snatching people from their families. And make no mistake, There should be real consequences for anyone who knocks down someone's door without a real warrant. This is the United States of America, and the last I checked, the Constitution still matters. We must enforce it. And 3, accountability. It's about time that Border Patrol and ICE wear a damn badge. No more masked secret police. And let me say it again, no more masked secret police. And real accountability means accountability for Renee Good. It means accountability for Alex Preddy. It means accountability for every other victim of these federal agents. DHS must cooperate with state and local officials for real, independent investigations of these shootings. In these cover-ups, we need transparency and accountability for victims of ICE's violence. Part of the reason that ICE's officers can act like they have no oversight is that Donald Trump and the Republicans in Congress pre-funded ICE for years in their big, beautiful bill. As things stand right now, ICE can skate by for years without getting a budget and without any oversight from Congress. And you know those healthcare cuts that are closing hospitals and causing people's health insurance premiums to spike? That is the money that is now being used by ICE to terrorize our communities. That is wrong. Congress has the power to claw back those funds. Congress needs to use that power and take back that money so that Congress has meaningful oversight over an out-of-control ICE. And that should just be the start. I am urging every single senator, Democrat and Republican, to vote no on this budget bill and stop bankrolling ICE's abuses. And I want to put a finer point on this. Republicans control the White House, Republicans control the Senate, Republicans control the House of Representatives. Democrats are ready to rein in this rogue agency, but we need Republicans in Congress to stop this violence as well. And I know that there are Republicans right now who are seeing what we're seeing in Minnesota, and they know it is wrong. It is time to speak out. Silence is complicity. Grow a spine, show some backbone. Being disturbed doesn't change anything. And the ICE agents who are waving around loaded guns know that. Republicans in the Senate have the power to do something and to start righting these wrongs. Help the Democrats put meaningful constraints on ICE. Help our people be safe. To everyone who is angry, I'm angry too. I'm furious, and I'm here in the Senate to fight back for you. But it's in moments like this that we must resist the urge for that anger and fear to take over. It is time to turn our anger into action. So I want to end with this. I saw a post by Alex Preddy's student that I wanted to read excerpts from into the record. This is all a direct quote. I was Alex Preddy's final nursing student. For the past 4 months, I stood shoulder to shoulder with him during my capstone preceptorship at Minneapolis VA Hospital. There he trained me to care for the sickest of the sick as an ICU nurse. He taught me how to care for arterial and central lines, the intricacies of managing multiple IVs filled with life-saving solutions, and how to watch over every heartbeat, every breath, and every flicker of life, ready to act the moment they wavered. Alex carried patience, compassion, and calm as a steady light within him. Even at the very end, that light was there, I recognized his familiar stillness and signature calm composure shining through during those unbearable final moments captured on camera. It does not surprise me that his final words were, "Are you okay?" Caring for people was at the core of who he was. He was incapable of causing harm. He spoke out for justice and peace whenever he could, not only out of obligation, but out of a belief that we are more connected than divided, and that communication would bring us together. Please honor my friend by standing up for peace, preferably with a cup of black coffee in hand and a couple of pieces of candy in your pocket, just as he would. Step outside with your dog, breathe in the world, hike or bike as he loved to do, and let yourself find peace in the quiet moments within nature. Stand up for justice and speak with those whose views differ from your own. Hold your beliefs with strength, but always extend love outward, even in the face of adversity. Take one step, no matter how small, to help heal our world. Through these acts, carry his light forward in his name. Let his legacy continue to heal. Like many of you, I see the video of his death, and I am gutted. I see him lying on the ground as 2 ICE agents pump a total of 10 bullets into him. I see his lifeless body on that cold Minneapolis street, and I feel sadness and anger and horror down to my bones. But here's what gives me slivers of hope. It's every single person who is speaking out and who is refusing to stay silent in the face of these injustices. It is the post from his last student. It is the hundreds of thousands of Minnesotans who haven't been baited into violence, but instead who continue to show up and peacefully protest. They are a reminder that now is the time to dig deep, stand up, and say clearly, what ICE is doing is wrong, and we can stop it. We must stop it. It is time to get ICE out. Because if we don't speak up, we are complicit in this violence. If we don't speak up, we are giving our okay to a federal agency that is openly and aggressively violating the Constitution. If we don't speak up, we are giving up on our democracy and our country. It is time to speak up. It is time to make meaningful change, and that change starts right here, right now, in the United States Senate. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The Democratic whip.
Mr. President, first I want to thank my colleague from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Senator Warren. That was a powerful, moving, absolutely necessary speech, and I'm glad I was here to hear you deliver it. Thank you. Mr. President, earlier this month, the nation watched in horror as social media was flooded with images and videos of a federal immigration officer shooting and killing an American citizen, Renee Good, as part of the Trump administration's military enforcement operation in Minneapolis. Now, fresh on the heels of that tragedy, another one has struck. This weekend, federal agents gunned down yet another American in Minneapolis, Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old ICU nurse at a VA hospital in Minneapolis. I'm going to show a photo of that scene, which is graphic, but I'm afraid
is necessary to appreciate the horror of the moment. This photo shows the last second before the ICE agent killed Alex Preddy on the streets of Minneapolis. In his right hand is his camera, left hand holding the ground. No gun, obvious. No effort to resist, obvious. This was a moment when this man lost his life. He was characterized afterwards as an assassin, a domestic terrorist. The photo tells the story. The killing of Alex Preddy has further intensified tensions in a city already reeling from the president's aggressive campaign of terror. What was the Trump administration's immediate response when they heard of this second killing in Minneapolis? Not to bring down the temperature, but instead to rush to the American people with one message: don't believe your eyes. Don't believe what you see. It is the same playbook they used after the killing of Renee Good and with other federal immigration officers involved shootings and incidents. Following the fatal shooting of Miss Good, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, falsely claimed she had, quote, violently, willfully, and viciously ran over an ICE officer. In response to the killings of both Miss Good and Mr. Preddy, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem labeled their actions, quote, domestic terrorism. And Attorney General Pam Bondi, in a letter sent to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, effectively tried to blackmail the state, demanding that the governor of Minnesota turn over voter rolls of that state in exchange for Bondi's efforts to pull back federal immigration enforcement officers. In a court hearing earlier this week, an attorney representing the state described Bondi's request as a ransom note. Why has this president targeted this city and other democratically led cities? Trump claims he's targeting these cities because the local elected officials have released, quote, violent, criminal, illegal aliens from state custody. The claim does not hold up. Governor Walz eloquently refuted it in a recent column in the Wall Street Journal, and I ask unanimous consent to enter it into the record.
Without objection.
Governor Walz noted that in Minnesota, the state's Department of Corrections honors all federal and local detainers by notifying ICE when a person in custody is not a citizen. Governor Walz wrote, and I quote, there is not a single documented case of the department's releasing someone from state prison without offering to ensure a smooth transfer of custody. If the president wants to work together in reducing crime, count me and Governor Walz in. But these lawless immigration operations are establishing a reign of terror, first in Chicago, now in Minneapolis, St. Paul, eroding constitutionally protected civil liberties while indiscriminately rounding up people for the crime of just happening to be black or brown. Even the editorial board of the Wall Street Journal, no liberal publication, agrees. In an editorial yesterday, they noted that since October, 73% of the individuals taken into ICE custody had no criminal conviction. Only 5% had a violent criminal conviction. Do you remember the rants at all the rallies? We're talking about rapists and murderers and terrorists, the criminally insane, child predators coming into the United States, and now we're going to expel them. That was the promise, the worst of the worst over and over again. But when you listen to the statistics that show how few of the people who've been detained or tortured were actually in that category, you realize that's not the worst of the worst. There are innocent people who are being victimized by ICE and this administration. Donald Trump is hell-bent on punishing his political opponents in the blue states of America and those that didn't vote for him in the last election. We see the cost. I've come to the floor before to share the stories of U.S. citizens who were arrested in Chicago by immigration agents during Operation Midway Blitz. Take Eliane Behana and Jax Lopez, 2 U.S. citizens who work for a local alderman in the city of Chicago, my friend Michael Rodriguez in the 22nd Ward. They were arrested by Border Patrol agents in Chicago and held for hours without any explanation after they exercised their constitutional rights to monitor immigration enforcement in the area. According to a recent report from the Chicago Sun-Times, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago has brought 32 non-immigration criminal cases to court related to this ICE Operation Midway Blitz. Do you know how many convictions there have been in those 32 cases? None, not one. This represents precious time and resources wasted on baseless efforts by this agency to punish peaceful protesters that could and should be focused instead on keeping the streets safe, child exploitation, human trafficking, and public corruption. The time for accountability is now. I've been calling for DHS Secretary Noem to testify before the Senate Judiciary Committee for almost 1 year. She couldn't find the time. She's just way too busy. Last calendar year, she didn't show up at all. Now she tells us that it's possible her schedule may loosen up and she might be able to come before the Senate Judiciary Committee in 5 weeks on March 3rd, if she happens to still be the DHS Secretary then. With all the violence and deaths surrounding DHS, the Secretary is in no hurry to account for her mismanagement of this national crisis, and she expects us in the meantime, in the days ahead, to rubber stamp her record-breaking budget. Over the weekend, I announced my opposition to DHS funding. I will not vote to fund the illegal DHS and ICE operations that terrorize the city of Chicago, Minneapolis, and so many other communities. The deaths of innocent Americans and the detaining of thousands of innocent people are a national disgrace. We need to work on a bipartisan basis to pass the 5 appropriation bills that have been sent to us by the House, and then work to rewrite the DHS bill to address well-documented abuses witnessed by the American people. Anything less than this approach is a non-starter with me. If the government shuts down yet again, it will be because congressional Republicans refuse to place guardrails on this reckless president and the ICE agency. In the meantime, I urge my colleagues, join us in that endeavor before Kristi Noem and her squad take another innocent life. And I ask unanimous consent that the Wall Street Journal editorial be entered into the record.
Without objection.
I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Jersey.
Mr. President, I rise today as we debate funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's a debate that 100 Americans allowed into this chamber will have a chance to do. But that really is being had by millions of Americans across the country, in their living rooms, in their group chats, in the comments on social media. There are a lot of things that we debate here that fly under the radar, that maybe impact a lot of people but aren't on their minds. This, Mr. President, is on everyone's mind. Whether we write another check to fund the Department of Homeland Security isn't just front-page news, it is the thing that people who haven't picked up a newspaper in years are talking about. Why is that? It's because people can feel that something is wrong in this country, and they know it has to be stopped. People can watch the video of the murders of Renee Good and Alex Pretty at the hands of federal agents and see that something is wrong, and it isn't over. They can watch these videos of masked men roaming through neighborhoods or physically assaulting people, peacefully protesting, and see that something is wrong. And they're absolutely right in that feeling. How can you watch any of that and not see that it's wrong? I hear from people that I know, some friends of mine, that are telling me they're now carrying their passports around with them because they're afraid of getting stopped and targeted by federal agents. I've heard from constituents who are anxious, who don't feel safe leaving the house, are afraid about door knocks at their house, and are just afraid that this moment of fear will never end. The tragic irony of this is that we are nearly 25 years in from the establishment of the Department of Homeland Security. 25 years from another moment where people felt an incredible level of anxiety and unease. I was in college when 9/11 happened. It was a moment that led me towards public service. It was a crisis that brought me into a career in national security, working to keep our country safe. And one of the things I've learned is that safety isn't our ability to project force or the tools we have at our disposal. Those things can make us safe. But if they're used improperly, they can make us less safe, less secure. And that's exactly what we're seeing from this administration. It's what Donald Trump and Stephen Miller, Tom Homan, Kristi Noem are doing every day. They are using the tools that were meant to keep us safe and distorting them to grow their own power and fuel their own corruption. What we're debating here today is whether we should continue to fund their efforts to use these tools against the American people and for their own twisted agenda. And to that, there's a simple answer. We must say and vote no. We need to vote no on funding DHS as this bill currently stands because it's not going to make us more safe and secure. Everyone in America who has been carrying this feeling around with them for the past few days and weeks knows that. They know that they've been lied to by this administration. They know that the masked men flooding into our communities are not accountable to them. They know people like Stephen Miller, who I've often called and said that he is the most dangerous person in our country, is not accountable to them. And the American people are tired of it. They're tired of the lies. They see right through them. They're tired of feeling like they have no say in this horrible feeling of insecurity and uncertainty. How is it that in the richest, most powerful country in the world that we have this much unpredictability, this much anxiety that hangs over us? But that can end today. That can end right here. Because even though the millions and millions of people struggling to make sense of this moment aren't able to get into this chamber and have a vote, there are 100 of us who do and who represent all the other Americans in this nation. There are things that this administration can do today to restore that sense of safety and security. For instance, they can pull ICE and CBP agents out of their operations in Minnesota, in Maine, de-escalate the fear that American communities are facing. The provocations are dangerous right now, and the concern of powder kegs of what's going to happen next. It is not that we see this in the rearview mirror with the murder and the killings of Alex Pretty and Renee Good. People are wondering, is this just the beginning? Is this going to continue, and for how long? Is it going to get worse? That is the fear that people are feeling, something that this administration can immediately bring down if they pull these agents out. This administration can also allow and clearly articulate the need for an independent investigation. Investigations into the murder of Renee Good, into Alex Pretty. Actually, in terms of all the 12 of the shootings that DHS agents since September of last year have conducted, that deserves the same level of transparency and accountability. And the reason why we need this is because there is no trust right now. There is no trust right now from the American people into having DHS or this administration as a whole investigate themselves. It is antithetical to our understanding of transparency and accountability if that is the case. So we demand true independent investigations. And this administration could fire their leaders who have clearly zero credibility with the American people right now. Stephen Miller, Tom Homan, Secretary Noem, and others who have purposefully weaponized our government for their own political agendas. The American people demand accountability. And forward movement as a nation in these troubled times cannot happen with these administrative officials still in power, still in their jobs. There are many other things we need to think through, but these are three things that could happen right now by this administration to show that we can try to turn a corner on this incredibly chaotic and dangerous moment for our country. But even if that all happens, we owe it to the American people to take a stand. We owe it to them to give them the security they deserve. And we owe it to them to vote no on this appropriations bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the remarks of my friend from New Jersey. Mine will sound very familiar. Listen, ICE is out of control right now. They're killing American citizens. They're endangering the safety of our cities, in particular Minneapolis, and they're just lawless. This nation was horrified when they saw the video of Alex Preddy exercising his First Amendment rights gunned down in cold blood. But I'll be honest, they were just as terrified by the response from the administration. Almost within minutes before any investigation took place, this young man, an ICU nurse who cared for veterans, was being called an assassin, was being named as a domestic terrorist. And it's chilling to the American public that the people in charge of our federal government would lie this willingly, this casually. It's chilling that anyone who opposes this president or participates in organized protest is immediately labeled a terrorist. That's what happens in despotic totalitarian countries. Anyone that opposes the regime is labeled a terrorist. That's not what's supposed to happen in the United States of America. And so the focus of this country right now is squarely on Minneapolis. And by the way, there's a lot of ink spilled over the last 24 hours about the administration's de-escalation in Minneapolis, substituting one leader for another. Tom Homan is not an avatar of reasonableness, listening and parsing the president's words as he tries to distance himself a little bit from the most outrageous things that people like Stephen Miller have said. But if you talk to our colleagues from Minnesota, they will tell you that nothing has changed. Today is just like yesterday. In a nursery school today, there's blinds down, recess canceled, signs on the door. All of our staff have been vetted by ICE. We have no one illegal here. Kids don't know what's going on as they are ushered in by escorts to their nursery school classroom. They are made to feel like prisoners inside. Why? Because there are masked, armed men hunting them. And not hunting people who snuck into the country, hunting people who are here legally, And I want you to understand that as much as we are watching Minneapolis, as much as we are feeling for those children locked in their nursery school classrooms today, fearing the bad men outside that are trying to take them away and send them to prison, it's not just Minneapolis. Last week, I went down to Texas to inspect 2 facilities, one of which is entitled the baby prison, the baby jail. It's where they put the 2-year-old kids. I didn't show up unannounced. I'm the ranking Democrat on the Appropriations Subcommittee that funds Homeland Security. We all have a constitutional right to do oversight, but I have the title. I have the responsibility. And I gave them a day-and-a-half notice, and I was still denied entry. Why? Because they're hiding something. 30 people have died in ICE custody and detention in the last year. So instead, I went to a courtroom in San Antonio, an immigration courtroom, and I sat in on proceedings for a half a day. And what I saw was just absolutely outrageous. It's not on cameras. The country's not watching it like they're watching Minneapolis, but it's just as inhumane and it's just as illegal. The people that show up to this courtroom in San Antonio are immigrants who are complying with the law. These are people who came to the United States, immediately applied for asylum. Many of them made an appointment through an official government website to show up and apply for asylum, and they have been showing up for all of their hearings and court appointments since. And so I would watch as these individuals or families walked in, went through their legal court proceedings, knowing outside that door were a half dozen civilian plainclothes ICE officers waiting to disappear them. That's what happens in San Antonio. The individual who's here legally shows up as part of their court process. They walk out the door and they are grabbed by ICE, put on a bus that's waiting outside, and they are never to be seen from again. They go to one of these detention facilities. They are basically not allowed to see a lawyer. Sometimes their family doesn't even know where they are, and they are very quickly sent out of the country, either to the nation that they came from, where they rightfully fear potential violence, or to third countries. Families are split up. While I was there, I was asked to accompany two young parents and their 2-year-old daughter out of the courtroom to see if maybe, because they were talking to a United States senator, ICE wouldn't take them. A 2-year-old. And the lawyer said, if you weren't here, one of two things was going to happen. That 2-year-old was going to end up in jail with their parents, or they were going to separate the parents from the child, separate at least the father from the child. That's inhumane. That is wrong. And that is why people all across this country are demanding that if we are going to fund the Department of Homeland Security, we only fund a department that is acting lawfully and morally. What we are asking is reasonable and impactful. What we are saying is that these roving patrols in Minneapolis, the profiling of people just based upon their skin color or their accent, the show me your papers enforcement has to end. ICE and CBP are fundamentally not trained to do that kind of work, just roaming the streets, trying to find people who they believe to be in the country illegally. We need warrants. And in fact, that has been the practice until this administration. The practice up until now had been that you had to get a warrant in order to try to lock up somebody who you believe to be here illegally. And the roving patrols and the profiling. Second, no more secret police. This is the United States of America. This is the United States of America. We don't allow in this country masked, unidentified men to be wandering up to you on the street and ripping you into a car. We need masks off. We need body cameras on. And lastly, we need accountability. I mean, man, it looks like there was a crime committed. It looks like that was murder. But the only way you will know is if you have an impartial investigation and potentially prosecution. And that always happens at the state level. It can't be some whitewashed secret process inside the Department of Homeland Security. No, our justice in the United States of America happens in public. It does not happen in private. We aren't Russia. We aren't Saudi Arabia. Justice is administered in a court of law through a process that people can see. And that should apply to you whether you are an ICE officer or whether you are just a citizen of Minneapolis. So think about what we're talking about here. Really reasonable things that frankly should unite Republicans and Democrats. I have a much longer list of reforms that I want. The illegality is just off the charts at the Department of Homeland Security, but I understand that we are not going to be able to get common ground on that long list. And so what we endeavored to do is put on the table three things that we can find common ground on, that we must find common ground on, because to defend this, for Republicans' position over the rest of this week into next week to be no reforms, no changes in how ICE operates, it's unsustainable. It is not close to where the center of this country is. And so what we're talking about are three reasonable projects. Stop the roving patrols of our cities, no more secret police, and accountability. I believe that we can find a way to get that done. And I know there's an instinct here, and we suffer from it too. If Democrats are for it, then Republicans just have to be against it. And if Republicans are for it, Democrats just have to be against it. I fall prey to that instinct. But this seems to be a moment where the country has just decided that what's happening in Minneapolis is wrong. The country would like us to come together on a series of reforms that will make it less likely that there will be another murder in cold blood of an American citizen. And right now, we are on a pace for it to happen again. ICE is still there. There are more ICE officers in Minneapolis than there are police officers. The police aren't even doing their job any longer, because all they do is respond to problems that are being created by untrained, unqualified ICE officers. I think we can find a way to come together on a set of reforms that the American people are demanding. And I guess I draw my inspiration from that trip I took to Texas. So late one evening, I met with a group of families that had recently been detained, and they all had little kids that were in what they call baby jail. And I met with two boys, elementary school-age boys, about 8 years old and 10 years old, that had been locked up for 6 weeks. 6 weeks these little kids have been locked up for nothing. They were complying with the law. They and their father were going through the legal process of applying for asylum. They were told to show up for court. Their mom dropped them off. Their backpacks for school were still in the back seat. The two young boys and their father went into the courtroom for their appointment that they were told to show up for, and they never came back to the car. Their mom had no idea where they went. It ended up that they were in detention, that the little kids had been put in prison. And they called their mom every day as Christmas approached and said, "Mom, maybe tomorrow they'll let us out. Maybe the next day. Christmas is coming up. Mom, I don't want to be here for Christmas." Well, they stayed right through Christmas, and they didn't get out until just a week ago. These children were alive on the outside, but you could tell they were dead on the inside. One of the two little boys, the older of them, sat during our time together, and he just stared straight ahead. He didn't make eye contact with anybody. His brain, you could tell, had been poisoned by the inhumanity that had been visited upon him by a policy that makes no sense other than for the purpose of torturing these kids. This is the United States of America. We shouldn't stand for that. You can enforce the laws of this nation without putting kids through that kind of hell. Without the kids of Minneapolis today languishing in nursery schools with the doors locked, with no recess, with the shades down. We were sitting around a round table, and on the other side from the two dead-eyed children who had just left 6 weeks detention was another child. He looked about 10 to me. The two boys who were in detention told their mother in all those phone calls that maybe their greatest worry was that their friends were going to forget about them. "Mom, I've been here for a week. Mom, I've been here for 2 weeks. Mom, I've been here for 6 weeks. What if I go back to school and none of my friends remember who I am?" This is what goes through the brain of an 8-year-old who's been in jail for nothing, for 6 weeks. But you know what happened? Their friends didn't forget about them. That other little boy sitting on the other side of the round table, 10 years old, he was one of their friends. And he noticed that his two friends were missing day after day after day. And he remembered that they were in immigration proceedings. And so this 10-year-old boy went to his teacher and his mom and said, "I think something is wrong. I think my friends might have been taken. And the teacher and the mother reached out to a local legal aid agency, and that legal aid agency tracked down the boy and the father. And eventually, the boy and the two boys and the father were let out. That 10-year-old boy, their friend, had compassion. He believed in right versus wrong. But he also believed that he wasn't powerless. He believed that he could do something to help find his missing friends. For him, that was alerting adults because he knew that maybe they would help. And I'm sure he was nervous about speaking up, about going to talk to his teacher. Because doing the right thing often comes with risks. But to him, doing the right thing was worth the risk. To him, he knew he wasn't powerless in the face of the immorality that he feared had happened to his friends. And I just tell you that story because it's a lesson for us. It's a lesson for us to not feel powerless, for Democrats to stand up for what we believe in, to not settle for less than a Department of Homeland Security that complies with the law, and a lesson for Republicans who I know fear retribution by this president when they stand up for what they believe is right rather than what Donald Trump says is right. We aren't powerless on the Democratic side, and you aren't powerless on the Republican side. We can find a way to come together and protect our citizens from an agency that is operating outside the bounds of the law and outside the bounds of morality. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, are we in our quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, on Saturday, the nation learned the name of Alex Preddy. Alex was an ICU nurse at the Veterans Administration, fulfilling our nation's sacred promise to care for our wounded warriors. Many have probably seen the video of him paying final respects and honors to one of our fallen veterans. Alex was also a neighbor who cared deeply about his community. And because of those values, Alex was an observer, recording and bearing witness to the actions of ICE and Customs and Border Patrol as they descended upon his hometown, stopping and detaining individuals without judicial warrants. We all saw video of Alex's final moments when he stopped to help a fellow observer, a woman who had been pushed by federal agents before those agents sprayed him with chemicals, disarmed him of the gun he legally carried, and shot him in the back, firing 10 shots in less than 5 seconds. We all saw this on video. In fact, multiple videos from multiple angles from other civilians on the street that day bearing witness. But this administration, the Trump administration, immediately lied to us. And when I say us, I mean the American people. They called Alex a domestic terrorist. They called him a would-be assassin. Mr. President, this administration must think the American people are really stupid, telling them not to believe their own eyes. This was the killing of an American citizen exercising his constitutional rights, and you would think that that by itself would spur a reckoning with the actions of the Department of Homeland Security. But this isn't one isolated event. This isn't even the only killing committed by DHS agents in Minnesota this year. On January 7th, a Minneapolis mom, Renee Good, was shot and killed as she attempted to drive away from immigration agents who aggressively approached her, contrary to DHS's use of force policy, and ultimately killed her and then prevented her from receiving immediate medical assistance. They lied about her case as well, accusing her also of domestic terrorism, despite the evidence that people across this land could see with their own eyes. Mr. President, this is not a case of just a few untrained bad apples. It is the result of an out-of-control federal agency that has directed its agents to act with impunity, to detain and deport scores of people who pose no risk to our communities in so many cases and have no criminal records, including small business owners, pastors, parents taking their kids to school, neighbors walking their dogs, children. This is an intentional policy coming out of the White House, from Donald Trump to Stephen Miller to the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. J.D. Vance, the Vice President, said the agent who shot Renee Good was protected by absolute immunity. That's what the Vice President of the United States said. He should know better. And they have deliberately cut funding for offices at DHS that monitor the conduct of immigration officers to protect civil rights and civil liberties. They are giving agents a license to kill with impunity. Secretary Noem should be fired immediately. If not fired, impeached. Stephen Miller has now tried to point the finger at others when he has been the ringleader in the White House. He should be fired. DHS operates at the direction of the White House, of the President, with orders to meet arbitrary quotas, to detain and deport, not just the worst of the worst, but anybody. They conduct masked raids in unmarked vehicles and refuse to show identification. They arrest people without warrants, use force to enter homes, and lock people up without due process. They sweep up citizens, legal immigrants, and immigrants without deportation orders. And when they're confronted with their abuses, they lie. They tell us not to believe what we see with our own eyes. Mr. President, I want to salute the people in Minneapolis and across the country, including in Maryland, who are taking videos and working to hold these federal forces accountable. Think about what would have happened if there was no video in these cases. These videos have complicated the Trump administration's effort at a cover-up, even as the Trump administration refuses to work with state and local law enforcement to investigate these killings. In my state of Maryland, DHS lied about the circumstances surrounding a non-fatal shooting, and they were exposed in their lies because of a local county investigation that showed that DHS was plain wrong. DHS has restricted access to detention centers, preventing congressional oversight into inhumane conditions where we know at least 30 people have died in custody, including one death in Texas that has been ruled a homicide. And as they view the actions of peaceful protesters and observers as a personal offense, they've reacted with violence and labeled them domestic terrorists for practicing their constitutional freedoms and rights. In Minnesota, these federal agents hurl chemical irritants at peaceful crowds who are simply exercising their First Amendment rights to freedom of assembly and peaceful protest. They view whistles as weapons. In Portland, they claim to be threatened by people wearing frog costumes. My colleagues, Republicans in Congress, have fueled this surge in illegal activity by exploding the DHS budget with $165 billion as part of what Donald Trump called the big, beautiful bill. Remember, that's the bill where the richest people in the country were given permanent tax cuts. That's the bill that made deep cuts in health care for tens of millions of Americans. And in that bill was also this huge slush fund for DHS. ICE by itself is now the nation's highest funded law enforcement agency and has more funding than the militaries of most countries in the world, including Italy, Israel, and Brazil. ICE by itself has more funds than the armies for those countries. And now they're spending those funds to hire more agents and putting more of them out on the streets with limited training. They're preparing to turn warehouses into so-called processing sites and detention centers, including one in my home state of Maryland, doing it against the will of the community. We see DHS spitting in the face of local communities across the country. In Maryland, we had a rally with hundreds of people on a very cold day, sending a message to ICE and to the Trump administration that the people in that community did not want a warehouse for detainees right there. Within days of that demonstration, the Trump administration, ICE, signed a deal where they purchased for $100 million of our taxpayer money to purchase a warehouse where they say they can keep up to 1,500 detainees. I can tell you Maryland taxpayers don't want their monies going to that purpose, and I'll bet you the great majority of taxpayers around this country don't want to see their tax dollars used in that way as well. And now, despite the fact that they're already clearly misusing these taxpayer dollars as American citizens are killed on the streets, our fellow Republicans, our Republicans in the Senate, want to give them even more in the bill that would be up on this floor this week. In fact, another $10 billion more for ICE and over $18 billion more for Customs and Border Patrol, while refusing to rein in these abuses. Another blank check for lawless activity, another blank check that results in the killing of Americans, another blank check with no accountability. That would be madness. We cannot greenlight the actions of an agency that is already terrorizing our communities and executing our neighbors with billions of dollars in new funds without any regard to their constitutional rights. Again, President Trump said he was going to go after the worst of the worst. That has not been their focus, and we can see it with our own eyes. And we cannot accept the administration's claim that these agents have some kind of absolute immunity and are free from the consequences of their action. That's why an independent investigation into the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy has to happen. And I appreciate my colleagues from the other side of the aisle who have called for one. But that should be a standard situation. That should be the standard operating procedure in a situation like this. State and local law enforcement should, of course, be partners in that effort. The Fed should not be trying to hide evidence from those local and state law enforcement officers. We must do that, but it's not enough to take the word of the Trump administration that they will do that. We can't simply trust an administration that has repeatedly lied to the American people, as if this time they will try to do better. And again, we wouldn't be here probably but for that video. The administration would have thought that it got away with its lies. So let's not be naive. We're not going to give away our responsibility as legislators to put real reforms right into the DHS bill to prevent this lawlessness, to prevent these killings, to protect our freedoms, and to assure real accountability. Our most important job is protecting the life and liberty of the American people. It's sadly too late to protect Alex Preddy and too late to protect Renee Good, as they should have been protected. But it's not too late to act on behalf of the rest of the American people. So this week, we have before us a package of appropriation bills that includes the work of 6 appropriations subcommittees, including defense, transportation, housing, labor, health and human services, foreign operations, and financial services. These are not perfect bills, and I have serious concerns with some of them that I would like to see addressed. But it's also clear that there's enough support in this body to pass them. We could pass them today if they were separated out. In fact, when those bills went through the House of Representatives, they considered the Department of Homeland Security bill on its own merits. They didn't bundle it in with everything else and say, you know, you gotta vote for this whole package at one time. So the House, after they passed it individually, they pulled all those bills together and sent them in a bundle over here to the United States Senate. But my goodness, that doesn't mean the United States Senate has to take it that way from the House. This is supposed to be an independent branch of the Congress. I don't know why we would surrender our responsibilities to the House of Representatives, and they should get right back into Washington if we change this bill and pass it to prevent a shutdown of those agencies. That's their responsibility. Mr. President, the House needs to perform its duties, and we need to perform ours. And ours involve making sure that we separate out those 5 appropriation bills that I mentioned from the Homeland Security appropriations bills. In fact, I would argue that we should also take, as part of the package of 5 bills, we should take FEMA and TSA and the Coast Guard, which are part of the DHS bill. And we could send all of those back to the House for immediate passage to go on to the President. But instead, Republican colleagues here are wasting time. We could take up that package today if there was the will to do it among my Republican colleagues. But right now, instead, we're holding all of those other agencies, the Defense Department, Health and Human Services, hostage to holding on to the Department of Homeland Security bill that needs to be changed dramatically. I don't think that a single person in this body would argue against deporting those who have committed serious crimes, the worst of the worst. But that is not what this administration has been focused on. Nothing about this has been targeted. And Trump's ICE is not focused, as they promised, on the worst of the worst. They're stopping and arresting people who are citizens, who are legal residents, who have legal pending asylum claims, just because of how they look or their accent. And they're wreaking havoc on communities across the country, including on peaceful protesters, two whom have now given their lives to protect our freedoms. And you know what? They're not just using their own agents as part of this indiscriminate dragnet. They're bringing in other agencies as well, distracting them and redirecting them from critical missions. Senator Warner released data that showed that nearly half of the FBI agents in its largest field offices have been redirected to immigration away from fighting drug trafficking, terrorism, and violent crime. Mr. President, it's time for us in the Senate to do our job. This isn't going to go away with the couple hours of extra training, personnel reassignments, or administration statements. Let's make this a moment for real change and not give DHS another huge blank check. I, for one, will not vote for one more dime for this lawless DHS operation that we're witnessing at this time. And I yield the floor.
The senator from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are at an inflection point in this country, and what happens over the next few months will ring onward far into the future. We've all seen the scenes in Minneapolis, the riots, the violence, the bitter chaos. We've seen the headlines, the TV monologues, the nightly news reports, and the pundits' spin. If you weren't paying close attention, it might seem like all of this noise just exploded out of nowhere a month or two ago. But the story of what's happening in Minneapolis didn't begin last month. It didn't even begin last year when President Trump took office. It began on January 20th, 2021, the day Joe Biden became president. The Biden administration did something that has no precedent in American history. They intentionally opened our border to a full-scale invasion and actively sought to block any and every attempt to fight back. Millions upon millions of illegal aliens entered our country illegally, flooding in from some of the most violent places on earth, in direct violation of constitutionally enacted immigration laws passed by multiple Congresses and signed by presidents of both parties. It was the most egregious betrayal of federal law in American history. Trump ran and won on fixing this. It wasn't some minor footnote in his platform. It was one of the most fundamental, defining policies of his 2024 campaign. If you went out on the street and grabbed 10 Americans at random in November of 2024 and asked them what Donald Trump was running on, just about every single one of them will give you the same exact answer: the economy and illegal immigration. And here's the thing. He won. Donald Trump won. And let me repeat that for my Democrat colleagues. He won. He won the Electoral College. He won the popular vote. He swept all the battleground states, running on the promise to end the invasion and send illegal immigrants back home. The promise was one of the key reasons the American people sent him back to the White House. That was democracy in action. You know, we hear a lot of talk from the other side about democracy. Well, if democracy means anything at all, it means that this administration must be allowed to carry out the agenda the American people voted for. Enforcing our immigration laws, securing the border, and deporting immigrants who are here illegally. This is not a new concept, by the way. Democrat presidents for the last 20 years have done this. But the other side never had any intention of letting this happen. President Trump moved forward with his agenda. They were never going to let us enforce our immigration laws against those who had broken them. Why is that? Well, because mass migration is not just one policy preference among many for today's Democrat Party. It is the policy priority, the fundamental organizing principle of their entire agenda. It is the foundation of their platform and the final end of their worldview. Not one single Democrat has called on leftists in the streets to stop impeding law enforcement with their cars or to stop physically attacking law enforcement. Not a single one. They have zero interest in lowering the temperature. At this point, it's so obvious it almost feels silly to say. In Minnesota and here in D.C., Democrats are actively and intentionally adding fuel to the fire. The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, has claimed his city is invaded, under siege, occupied. The lieutenant governor of Minnesota, Peggy Flanagan, declared that our neighbors are being disappeared. It's just called kidnapping, and publicly called upon Americans to put your body on the line and not go silently into the night. The governor, Tim Walz, compared the ICE presence in Minnesota to a Nazi occupation and likened residents of Minneapolis to Anne Frank. On Monday, Walz published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal declaring that the Trump administration's assault on Minnesota is a campaign of organized brutality against the people of our state. Just last week, he stood behind the metal gates of the governor's mansion with a bullhorn and told the crowd of protesters outside to go and cause trouble. These aren't unique examples. They are par for the course. Over the last month, we've heard similar things from just about every powerful Democrat in this country. I don't know what's in each and every one of their hearts. I don't know that. I don't know if they really believe that we're at war or that ICE is the Gestapo or that Minneapolis is under Nazi occupation. But whether or not they believe it, many of the people who hear them and listening to them do. And now, many of those people are taking these ideas to their final logical conclusion. And that's exactly what the people in power on the left actually want. They want the confrontations. They want the chaos. They want their conscious political strategy. That's what this is, their conscious political strategy. They have decided that leaning in and ratcheting this up as far as it can go serves their political and ideological interests. So they're all in. And by the way, might I just point out, they're about ready to shut the government down again. They shut it down the first time because they wanted health care for illegal immigrants. Now they're willing to shut the government down, including FEMA funding and TSA funding, because they want to stop deportations of illegal immigrants. It is the single organizing principle of their party right now. Think about that for a moment. Really sit with this. Think about what it says about the kinds of people we're dealing with at this point. In a better era of American politics, we used to say things like, we all want what is best for the country. We just have different ideas about how to get there. When you hear statements like the ones that I just rattled off, it seems harder and harder to believe that right now. The radicals are people who fundamentally do not believe America deserves to be a sovereign nation, a nation that gets to decide who comes here and for how long and when you have to leave. These radicals have opposed the efforts in Minnesota and across the country to take criminals off of our streets. Criminals like Ku Lo Vang, a criminal illegal alien from Laos convicted of first-degree murder. Phuc Trong Nguyen, a criminal illegal alien from Vietnam convicted of possession of a weapon and rape. Pedro Ornelas, a criminal illegal alien from Mexico convicted of sexual assault and rape. Abdi Gel De Mohammed, a criminal illegal alien from Somalia convicted of sexual abuse of a minor. That's just a small sample of the last few weeks of arrests in Minnesota. These radicals are people who will cynically wax poetic about democracy in one breath and then deploy organized mob violence as a weapon to undermine the express will of the people when democracy doesn't go their way. My colleagues on the left are currently threatening to shut down our government, shut down the Department of Homeland Security if they don't get their way. What is their way?
Question.
No. What is their way? They demand we defund law enforcement agencies like ICE and CBP. They demand we force ICE agents to dox themselves so that their families can be harassed and threatened in their homes. They demand that we cripple federal law enforcement's ability to enforce our immigration laws. This is not about oversight. It's about paralysis. And the objective is mass amnesty, rewarding those who broke the law and punishing the men and women sworn to enforce it. My colleagues on the left are smart enough to know about the trail of American victims that mass immigration has left in its wake. But they've made a conscious decision to sneer and roll their eyes and pretend like it's all just the hysterical right-wing fantasy to advance their agenda. What's really going on here? Well, it's a desperate and intentional thirst for power at all costs, padding their numbers by importing new voters and illegally adding people to the census rolls to distort congressional apportionment and the Electoral College, even if Americans are less safe and it destroys our way of life in the process. I want my Republican colleagues in particular to hear me on this. Nobody wants to see American citizens being shot and killed. On a basic human level, it is a tragedy. Every time a life is lost, it is a tragedy. The lives lost in Minnesota have been tragic. But what we are seeing in the streets of Minnesota, it's not on ICE, it's not on the Border Patrol, and it's certainly not on President Trump. If it were, we would be seeing the same chaos in every city where ICE and Border Patrol carries out these operations. But we aren't. There have been large-scale deportation operations in red states all across the country. Most Americans probably never heard of them because they went off without a hitch. In fact, when we measure ICE arrests in each state last year against the state's share of the national illegal alien population, 21 out of the top 25 states are red. Only 3 blue states plus Washington, D.C. cracked the top 26. And one of those states was Virginia, which had a Republican governor who was willing to work with ICE at the time. A recent analysis found that just 9 counties account for nearly 2/3 of all violent confrontations with ICE in America over the past year. The number of violent confrontations in those counties was twice as high as the total instances of anti-ICE violence from the remaining 3,134 counties combined. Anti-ICE violence was 590 times more likely to occur in those 9 counties than in any other county in America. All 9 counties are deep blue sanctuary jurisdictions run by Democrats. We hear the left tell us that ICE and Border Patrol are agents of chaos and terror. The data tells a very different story. It's not ICE or Border Patrol that is causing this terror. It's the militant leftists and their enablers in the Democrat Party. And yet, in the face of all of it, the agents of ICE and Border Patrol continue to do their job, courageously carrying out their duty and running towards the fire. They are not villains. They are American heroes. They're on the front lines of the fight to save our country, and we owe them absolute, unequivocal, unflinching support. I want to close by reading a message from a DHS agent on the ground in Minneapolis that was shared earlier this month. Here's what he wrote. It is about -20 in Minneapolis right now, -31 with wind chill. I was leaving the building we're all holed up in. I think we've stacked close to 2,000 people in a building designed for 500. I ran into a grunt officer who's been sent here from Miami. He clearly had just got back from an operation. Dude looked absolutely exhausted. We talk a little smack about how bad the weather sucks, how tired everyone is from the operation tempo. We get outside. I ask him point blank how he feels about risking his life going against Arctic temperatures, criminals, and rioters. He stops, looks at me, and says, "Doesn't matter. We do the job." Then he walks off and jumps in a car to get on another target. No less than 10 seconds later, one of the garage doors where teams are staging at opens, and about 15 to 20 guys roll out in full kit and hop in cars from a different target set. Guys are risking it all in -40 temperatures to grab foreign invaders, getting attacked by the very same countrymen they're trying to protect, with the entire city mobilized against them. They don't even think of stopping for 1 second. They don't eat, they barely sleep, they survive on nicotine and black coffee and the occasional MRE. Not one of the dozens, if not hundreds of men I've talked to even thinks about quitting. Everyone, senior leadership, is out there right now. The equivalent of general officers are out there on the ground making arrests and fighting through protesters alongside their guys. I've never seen commitment like this before. These men are genuine heroes. They're putting it all on the line every day, every second of the day. They know that the political winds can shift and that all the work and sacrifices and danger could be for nothing. They even know they'll probably face serious retribution for doing the right thing, but they don't care. They're still getting after it. Please keep these men and women in your prayers. They're a force of 20,000 going up against 20 million. Mr. President, that is courage. That is heroism. It is a heroism that the cowards hiding behind their guarded mansion gates will never understand. The ICE and Border Patrol agents are risking death every day. But the small men who sneer and bark at them from the sidelines are not men of virtue, but men who defy our rule of law. The deportations must continue. Sanctuary cities must end. The era of fake deals is over. There will be no fake, quote-unquote, comprehensive immigration reform, because a nation does not need new laws to enforce the ones it already has. President Trump demonstrated a basic truth of self-government. Law without enforcement is not law at all. Congress criminalized illegal entry. The executive branch is obligated to enforce it, and that is exactly what will happen. The systematic removal of those who violated federal law by entering this country illegally. No theatrics, no apologies, no amnesty, just enforcement. So, protest all you want, but let law enforcement do their jobs, enforcing the immigration laws that Republicans and Democrats passed. And let our men and women in law enforcement get home safe to their families. The only way out is through. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked my colleague from across the aisle if he'd pause for a question. not to address all of the list of particulars he threw at all 47 of his colleagues on this side of the aisle, but to simply make one point. And that is, he said, Democrats want to shut down the government. Did he forget that Republicans are in charge of this chamber? Did he forget that all 47 of us here said we're willing to vote today on the 5 spending bills? Did he miss that somehow? Republicans in charge of the Oval Office? In charge of the House of Representatives? In charge of the Senate? Yes, when I complete my remarks, I'll be happy to address the question. In charge of the Senate, and that we're ready to vote now on those 5 bills. So if there's a shutdown, it's clear where it's coming from. It's coming from the Republican leadership, the President of the United States of America. I've been profoundly disturbed by what I've seen with the way that the agents from the Customs and Border Protection and ICE have acted across this country. I held 17 town halls, very conservative Republican counties, super red counties, blue counties, purple counties, and people came out from across my state to say they are shocked, that they are disturbed by what they're seeing happening across our entire nation. They came to my town halls to say one simple thing: no more must this conduct occur. And I've come to the floor now to say no more. No more rogue patrols of federal agents accosting people based on the color of their skin or their accent. No more intrusions and violations into sensitive places like churches and mosques, synagogues, schools, daycare centers, hospitals, courthouses, and polling places. No more secret police tactics in which agents hide their personal identity, hide their agency identity, cover their face, use unmarked vans so people don't even know if they're being confronted by someone who has legitimate authority. No more federal agents arresting people and, in fact, knocking down doors without warrants. Could I remind my colleagues that there is a Constitution of the United States of America, and it says you cannot knock down doors without a warrant? It's shocking to see a memo from this president saying the executive branch can tell other parts of the executive branch they can violate the Fourth Amendment, knock down doors, violating a fundamental premise of the privacy and security and freedom of the people of the United States of America. No more blatant lies from Kristi Noem when citizen victims have been assaulted. She's quick to immediately say they're terrorists or they're would-be assassins when she has absolutely no evidence to support that. And immediately you know there'll be nothing close to an independent or fair investigation. Immediately you know she's making it up because she hasn't collected the information. And then the videos come out and they show that she lied to the American people. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but time and time and time again. The American people have witnessed the truth with their own eyes, thanks to the citizens who were responsibly videotaping the interactions. No more corrupt federal investigations that blame ordinary citizens for ICE thuggery. No more blocking members of Congress from touring immigration facilities or stonewalling congressional oversight. No more abducting children off the street, including a 5-year-old, the hat with little puppy ears on it. No more terrorizing of our community. No more execution of our citizens like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Colleagues, ICE has failed to follow the law. They have failed to honor the Constitution. They have destroyed their own legitimacy and integrity. Democrats have said, we're ready to vote on all 5 of the spending bills that do not involve ICE. Do it right now. Republican leadership says, hell no, we want to shut down the government. Wow. And then they want to blame Democrats. Let's have an honest conversation about who is responsible if there is a government shutdown. And that lies across the aisle to the right. The DHS bill must be separated because these issues must be debated and addressed. If the goal of my Republican colleagues is to avoid a debate over the misconduct of Customs and Border Protection and ICE, then they are not fulfilling their responsibility as representatives of the citizens of the United States of America who value their freedom, who value their privacy, never want to see the federal government knocking down their doors without a warrant. Kristi Noem has so failed in her honesty with America, she must go. As the Senate eventually considers the Department of Homeland Security bill, they must enact serious, meaningful reforms, including ending the roving patrols with all the violations they've been involved in, unmasking the secret police, ensuring accountability and fair investigations. And let me remind you that in Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, you remember the one? That was the bill that cut nutrition, cut health care, making it far more expensive for mega millions of Americans in order to give $75 billion to ICE, kind of advance funding it for like 5 years into the future. And they want additional money for ICE now with no debate on the floor of the Senate? They want to suppress a legitimate conversation about defending the privacy and rights of all Americans? About defending our Constitution? No, absolutely not. So every senator, recognizing they already have, ICE that is, has mega millions in their pocket, actually billions, 75 billion, not one more dollar for the ICE thuggery. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Smith and my colleagues for being here today to stand up for the state of Minnesota, for our nation, and for our Constitution. In the last year, we have too often come to the floor to discuss tragedies in our state. This summer, an assassin killed our friend Melissa Hortman, the former Speaker of the Minnesota House, and her husband, Mark. And we were once again shaken to our core when a mass shooter attacked Annunciation Catholic Church right in the middle of Mass. Children in their first week of school, 2 children murdered, 21 more people injured, including 18 kids. In recent weeks, Minnesota has once again been at the center of America's heartbreak. But we are also at the center of America's courage and hope. We honor Renee Good today. Renee Good, who left behind 3 children, including a 6-year-old, when she was shot and killed by an ICE agent. Her wife said this: kindness radiated out of her. She literally sparkled, and asked everyone to honor her memory by living her values, rejecting hate and choosing compassion. We also honor the memory of Alex Preddy, a VA intensive care nurse who did one of the most selfless jobs people could think of, caring for our veterans, often in their final hours, a man described by his friends and family as a kind-hearted soul. Both Renee and Alex should be alive today. Mr. President, it is not just these horrific killings. The administration, through through their surge of thousands of ICE and Border Patrol agents to Minnesota, outnumbering the 10 largest metropolitan police departments combined in the Twin Cities, outnumbering the sworn officers in the Minneapolis-St. Paul departments by 3 to 1, has repeatedly violated the constitutional rights of the people of Minnesota. The fact is that anyone who cares about federalism, about freedoms, about liberties, should be horrified by what is happening. If you care about the Constitution, I say to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, you should be horrified, because what is happening in our state has been a violation of the First Amendment, the right to assemble. The Second Amendment, Alex was a lawful gun owner, but he was immediately criticized for that, when in fact the video showed very clearly, because eyes don't lie, that his gun was firmly in its holster and it was taken out by Border Control agents. They've been violating the Fourth Amendment, ramming into people's homes without a judicial warrant. Agents have been demanding, without even reasonable suspicion, that Minnesotans show proof of citizenship, just based on how they look. And this administration is going after the Fifth Amendment, the right to due process. It has denied detainees access to counsel. And as the chief judge in the District of Minnesota, a former clerk to Justice Scalia, and a George Bush appointee has made clear, they have been defying court orders. And I say to our Republican colleagues, if you are a defender of liberty, you must defend it when it counts, not just when it's convenient. Federal immigration agents bashed upon a door and detained a Hmong elder, a U.S. citizen whose mom was one of the most loved nurses that took care of our troops during the Vietnam War. They held him at gunpoint without a warrant, took him out of his home in his underwear with nothing but Crocs on his feet, took him into a car, drove him around for an hour, and then they later discovered they had the wrong guy, and in fact the guy they were looking for had been in jail all along. We've all seen the photos of the 5-year-old little Liam standing there scared in his blue rabbit hat with floppy ears and Spider-Man backpack as agents apprehended him. This administration sent a 2-year-old to Texas. Despite a pending court case, the order was issued, but they didn't want to wait for that, sent the 2-year-old to Texas when the mom was waiting back in Minnesota. Thanks to the late-night work of my staff and several local lawmakers, she's been reunited with her mom. But it should never have come to this. A court case was pending, disregarded. In another instance, a U.S. citizen was forced to the ground, placed in a chokehold, and held at a detention center for hours. He offered multiple times to show his U.S. passport, but was ignored. This has gone so beyond any original reason for federal agents. It has gone well beyond the fraud investigation. That was a good reason to bring people to help. But that's not what this was, not the 2-year-old, not the 5-year-old, not the Hmong elder. Way beyond apprehending violent offenders, not the 2-year-old, not the 5-year-old, not the Hmong elder. This has turned into a Kristi Noem and Greg Bavino-driven shock and awe public spectacle meant to intimidate our state. In fact, Pam Bondi, on the same day Alex was killed, sent a letter to the governor of Minnesota saying the administration would remove these 3,000 ICE agents if Minnesota violated the privacy of its citizens by turning over their personal voter data, something Republican Secretary of States in states like Georgia have refused to do. The Justice Department has actually sued 24 states for refusing to turn over this data, including, as I mentioned, Georgia and also New Hampshire. 3 district court judges have dismissed these cases. It is clear that our state's being targeted, but they've tried to get this data in 24 states. Now they'll say, we'll bring out the ICE agents. If only you just give us that data. Mr. President, there are 3,000 federal officers in Minnesota, and I can not state it more unequivocally. ICE must leave Minnesota. Law enforcement has made this clear. They can't do their jobs. They can't do their jobs. They can't investigate burglaries. They can't help on some complex cases because they're being called to people's homes all the time because of the ICE agents hanging around homes of just regular citizens, in parking lots, chasing people down. Local businesses, business leaders have come out and said, enough. Police chiefs in our state have joined together. Police chiefs across the nation have joined together and said, we believe in proper police procedures and the rule of law. But the biggest story out of this is the everyday people, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. They've rallied together, brought food to their neighbors, drove other kids to school, showed up for small businesses, and marching 50,000 strong. I was there. I saw it. 50,000 peaceful marchers in -10 below weather. You know, 250 years ago, our nation declared independence from a king. Our nation was born from a deep revulsion to the idea of an illegal occupation, a standing army of British troops literally taking over our streets, demanding to see papers, acting with cruelty, resorting to violence. In those times, newspapers shared what was happening. Well, today, Americans are seeing it firsthand on video. Americans heard Renee Good's final words to the officer who shot her, "I'm not mad at you." They saw Alex spend his final moments trying to help a woman who'd been shoved to the ground. His last words, "Are you okay?" And just as Americans fought for liberty 250 years ago, they're standing up for liberty now. People across the country are speaking out against this cruelty. And, of course, it is good that Bovino was removed. Other people have to be removed too. Kristi Noem shouldn't be in her job anymore. But mostly, we need these ICE agents out of Minnesota. And we hope that happens soon. Border Patrol, they've began that removal, but the ICE agents have to get out of Minnesota. It is a very dangerous situation. I spoke with Alex's parents the next day after we lost him. Through the tears, they talked about what he was like and how they wanted the world to know the truth and how much it hurt him to have senior administrative officials call him a domestic terrorist, call him a would-be assassin. Alex's sister said Alex always wanted to make a difference in this world, and it's devastating that he won't be here to witness the impact that he was making. We must stand up. And so we are asking our colleagues, they know the White House, we've all done our best here, but to tell them it's time for those ICE agents to come home. There must be new leadership in the Department of Homeland Security now. And there must be major reforms to these agencies before this Congress should approve another cent. First, we need to stop these roving bans. This means coordination with state and local law enforcement and no more bounties that encourage immigration officials to detain individuals, even without cause. We need proper training and a code of conduct that includes transparent investigations and meaningful accountability for when agents break the law or violate the Constitution. This also means use of force policies that are the same for local police. Immigration agents, like all law enforcement, should comply with the Fourth Amendment. This bounty system, we've had stories and we have hundreds of cases in our offices right now where people were stopped, a white guy, Latino. They said, Latino, where are you from? Latino says, I was born in America. They put him in the car, drive him a few blocks, let him out, or take him to the detention center and then let him go. Bonuses, bounties. The mask should come up, and the body camera should go on. And there must be thorough, objective, and independent investigations into these killings. The Justice Department refused to cooperate with local investigators in Minnesota after Renee's death, and over a dozen career prosecutors in Minnesota and Washington resigned rather than take part in a miscarriage of justice. After Alex's killing, the federal government blocked state law enforcement from accessing the crime scene. I know because I got panic calls, because I used to be prosecutor in the county, about what was going on. A federal judge appointed by Donald Trump had to issue an order preventing the federal government from destroying evidence. I'm opposed to this ICE funding bill, and I am very appreciative that people are starting to talk about reforms to this agency. But the money that was passed this summer, $75 billion, making this agency bigger than the FBI, that was wrong. I opposed it, as did my Democratic colleagues. The costs continue to mount. Right now, our federal, state, and local governments are spending an estimated $18 million a week on the surge in Minnesota alone. And what do you got out of it? 2 out of 3 of the shootings resulting in death in Minneapolis, 2 out of 3 were caused by federal agents. I appreciate Senator Schumer, and I appreciate my colleague, Senator Smith, and so many others for saying no to this. And I truly appreciate that a number of our Republican colleagues have started to say that what ICE is doing is wrong. A few have said that Kristi Noem should no longer be in her job. ICE needs to leave Minnesota. It was in 1776 when future First Lady Abigail Adams wrote to her husband, John Adams, describing the retreat of British ships from Boston, saying that their numbers were so large they looked like a forest. But despite their force, it was the determination of those demanding liberty that won that day. For Minnesotans right now, every corner, everywhere, when you drive, really it's not just the city, suburbs, shopping malls, rural areas, they see an ICE agent. There's people that are scared every single day, and it feels like that forest. But out of that forest comes these people of our state that are willing to stand up, citizens that are willing to stand up to help people they may not even know, because they understand what's at stake for the liberties of this country. Mr. President, I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank my colleague, Senator Klobuchar, and all of our colleagues who are joining us on the floor this afternoon. So we are here today because we have a full-blown, dangerous emergency unfolding in Minnesota. It is happening right now as I speak, and we need your help to end it. America needs your help. The nation has been appalled by what we have seen happening in our state of Minnesota, the stories that have captured everyone's attention. 2 innocent United States citizens, Alex Preddy and Renee Good, shot and killed on the street in broad daylight by federal agents, just as they were trying to help their neighbors and document with their telephones what was going on, the brutality of it. A 5-year-old in a Spider-Man backpack, Liam Conejo Ramos. So Liam is coming home with his dad, and the agents are there, and Liam is trying to get inside. The agents try to use Liam as bait to lure the mother outside. And Liam is still in detention. He's still in Texas, a 5-year-old, 1,000 miles away from home. Colleagues, my head is so full of stories that might not have gotten all of the attention, but tell the tale of the brutality and the illegality of Operation Metro Surge in Minnesota. This is about a United States citizen, a young man who's walking out of his place of work to get lunch, and he sees an ICE agent. He's concerned. He's afraid that he might get targeted, so he turns around and he walks the other way, and the ICE agent runs after him and tackles the guy. He's a United States citizen, throws him to the ground, injures him, and detains him for hours. All the while, this young man has documents to prove who he is. It's about a teenager in Willmar, Minnesota. Now, Mr. President, Willmar is a smaller regional center in Minnesota. It is a place where the Jennie-O turkey processing plant is. It is an incredible community. And here is a teenager in Willmar who is stopped by ICE. She is beaten, she gets a concussion, and she is detained for 2 days, and she is a United States citizen. So imagine, it's hard to imagine this, but imagine you're in your neighborhood and there are these roving bands of federal agents. They have no identification. They drive around in black Suburbans. They have masks over their face. And like at the drop of the hat, they just leap out and they go after people. They're restraining them. They're hitting them. They're spraying them with chemical agents. And then people are just shoved into Suburbans and driven off. And nobody really knows what happens to them. This is happening in Minnesota if it isn't happening in your neighborhood. And I want people to understand this is not just Minneapolis and St. Paul, where so many of the TV cameras have been. It is Rochester, Minnesota, where the schools are reporting a huge fall off of kids going to school because they're so afraid. Their families are so afraid to send them to school. It's in Mankato, Minnesota, which is in the southern part of the state. It is another regional center, a farming community. I heard today on the public radio station that the local immigrant rights organization is getting 400 calls a day from people who are trying to figure out what their rights are, what to do. A family member of mine is detained. I don't know where they are. This is happening in dozens of cities. So what we have here, colleagues, is a campaign. It is a campaign not about public safety. It is a campaign about fear and intimidation. This is about secret police roaming in our cities with no identification and no name tags. What they do is they overtly target individuals because of the accent that they have, the skin color that they have. And I'm not just imagining this as their motivation because these agents are telling people this is what's going on. I mean, this is the story of a Hmong woman that I met at Hmong Village just last week who in tears is telling me that her son has been detained. He's been gone for days and days and days, and she doesn't know when she's going to get him back. Where is he? This is about ICE agents going to a suburban restaurant in the Twin Cities, having lunch, and then after lunch they go into the kitchen to detain the folks that are working in the kitchen. We are seeing this happen every single day. Battering down doors, breaking car windows. There's no pretext, there's no warrant. They're targeting people, not because they know that they've committed some crime, but because of what they look like. And there's this thing that we have in the Twin Cities now, they're called ghost cars. What's this? This is a car that is left in the street, the middle of the street sometimes, the door open, the engine running, the key's still in the car, and nobody's gone. Nobody's there. People know what happened. ICE came and got whoever was driving the car and took them away. You know, if you are going through a legal immigration process in this country, you go through a process and it's your obligation, your legal obligation to check in with the federal authorities. And what's happening now is that folks are getting legal residence, getting a letter to appear. They have a choice. They know that if they don't comply, they're breaking the law, so of course they comply. But when they go to the courthouse, what happens is an agent is waiting outside the courthouse. An agent is there to detain that person who is following the law, who has done nothing wrong. In fact, they're doing everything they possibly can do to comply with the law, and yet they're being detained. These are not, my colleagues, these are not what you hear from this administration about the so-called worst of the worst. These are people that are active contributing members of our community. These are legal residents who hold green cards, who are being flown to Texas with no legal representation, no access to counsel. And you know what happens sometimes? They get down there, they go through another screening, and the federal agents say, okay, sorry about that, we made a mistake, and they just dump them on the streets of Houston or wherever they may be. No documents, no identification. How are they going to even get home? That's happening in this country right now. And if they're not released, because not everyone is released, if they are not released, people have died in custody. People with no criminal record have been deported to countries that they have never even known. So this is happening in Minnesota, but this is not just Minnesota. I think because Minnesota has resisted so strongly and because the tactics of Operation Metro Surge have been so brutal that we have gotten so much of the attention. But this is not just a Minnesota problem. I ask you, colleagues, to consider how these dangerous and poorly trained and unaccountable ICE agents have been treating Americans who have been exercising their constitutional right to peacefully speak and to demonstrate. These Americans have been intimidated, they have been taunted, they have been beaten, they had even been killed. We've seen the images of people being maced at point-blank range. You can see this in the final pictures of Alex Preddy before he is killed. We know that they are tracking demonstrators with facial ID technology, following them home to intimidate them. And in fact, I've heard stories of demonstrators who have been led home by ICE agents so that those agents are communicating, we know where you live, we know who you are, we want you to be quiet. Pepper balls, tear gas. And this is not just happening, colleagues, in situations of civil unrest. I'm not talking about riots here. I'm talking about a family that is trying to get home. They've got 6 kids in the car. They've been at basketball practice, and they end up with a can of tear gas thrown under their car. It explodes. It lifts the car up off the ground. And that family ends up in the emergency room. They need to be decontaminated from the poison. Now, I'm telling you these stories because I want you to understand a very important thing. What is going on in Minnesota is not about public safety. It has nothing to do with public safety. In fact, what's going on in Minnesota is hurting public safety. As Senator Klobuchar said, police chiefs of suburban communities have come forward and said, this is not sustainable, this is dangerous. A police chief told the story about how one of his own officers, who was off duty, was stopped for no reason by ICE agents, and they threatened to get her out of the car and take her away before she finally tells them, she decides, I have to tell them that I'm a police officer, and they leave her alone. This is about people dialing 911 because an ICE agent is at their home and they are so scared about what to do. So, Mr. President, I want to be clear, we are pro-public safety in Minnesota. We have worked often with federal authorities to catch bad guys and lock them up. But we need ICE out of Minnesota. What is really going on here is a systemic and organized campaign of fear and intimidation. This is government police sanctioned at the highest levels of our government, completely unbound, beating and attacking and detaining and arresting and killing American citizens. This is what America looks like with an authoritarian government with no laws. But here's what's happening. Not only in Minnesota, but around the country, our constituents, your constituents, are watching these videos and they're hearing these stories and they are reading these reports, and what's happening is a sense of moral outrage is rising up. That feeling that you have in your gut that feeling of anguish and anger and disgust, that is that when you know that you're seeing something that is just wrong. You know that it is wrong and that you can't look away from it. And we are uplifted by this moral outrage and the incredible courage of Minnesotans, but we know what we are seeing here. And people are responding everywhere. I have talked to hundreds of people over the past few weeks about what is going on in Minnesota. People who are organizing mutual aid to get groceries and diapers to families, but small town folks that hate to see this happen to their neighbors, and local mayors and farmers and small businesses, Democrats, Republicans, people who aren't political at all, law enforcement officers, faith leaders, Second Amendment supporters and civil libertarians. I mean, and the man in the truck that I saw when I was in Minneapolis taking groceries to people on Monday. He's in the truck and I drive up. He's like first kind of concerned that I might be ICE. And then he's worried that I'm going to think that he's ICE. And we start to talk. And he says of the president, he said, I voted for him. I told my kids, I talked my kids into voting for him. And I am so upset. I am so embarrassed. I never thought that this would happen. This is so messed up. This, colleagues, is the coalition of the horrified, the people who see this and feel a sense of moral outrage, people who are bound together not by politics or faction or identity, but that feeling in your gut that what you're seeing is wrong and that we have to do something about it, that this can't be how we operate. So that brings us to here today in this august chamber of the United States Senate. And we ask ourselves, okay, what do we do? What is our place here? And we've all worked really hard to get here. And we all are here, I believe, because we love this country. And I suspect that almost all of us who serve in this chamber understand, they see the threat, we see the threat that this poses to the very underpinnings of our country. And I am so grateful to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, who have spoken out, who have called for a fair and impartial investigation, who have called for changes of leadership. I agree with that. That's all really important. But colleagues, that is not going to be enough to stop this. This is a crucial moment in our country, not just for Minnesota, but for our entire country. And our answer to the question of what we do in the face of this illegality, this brutality, our answer to all those people, all those constituents who feel that sense of moral outrage, who are begging us to stand up for them, our answer can't be that we're not going to do anything. It can't be the status quo. It can't be, well, the procedures of the Senate and the House make it really impossible for us to get something done, so there's really not that much that we can do right now. That's not acceptable. But colleagues, I can see a path forward. And look, I want to be really clear. In my view, we need to start over with the Department of Homeland Security. I think it should be ripped down to the studs and that we should start over. But that is not the question for today. That is not the question for right now. Right now, we need to take immediate, common sense steps to stop the worst of the violence and the violations that Americans are suffering. So, to be clear, I will not vote for any funding for DHS if we do not take action to stop this emergency unfolding in my state. And I truly believe that we can find agreement on both sides of the aisle for a path forward. And it will not solve all of these problems, but we can address the worst of the assault. We need to end these roving patrols of federal agents that are detaining and arresting people who've done nothing wrong. You can't break down someone's door and arrest them without a warrant. We need accountability. I mean, ICE agents should be required to abide by the same set of laws, the same use of force standards that your local police department abides by. We need a fair and unbiased investigation. And we need no more of the secret police. No more masks and agents without proper identification and body cameras. I mean, to me, these seems like pretty simple and common sense and reasonable reforms that can only be achieved through the force of law. We are long past the moment where any letter or executive order or promise can secure our trust. This is our path forward. I am thinking about, as I wrap up this speech, and I'm thinking about all of my colleagues who are here to speak with such intention about what's happening. I want to just take a pause to acknowledge my beloved Minnesota. I am so proud to be your senator. And you know, so many people around the country are looking to you, to us, for hope. And you are showing the world how to respond to violence and how to stand up to bullies with strength and with dignity and with peace. You're putting your own safety and your own bodies on the line to protect your neighborhoods and your democracy. You're risking your own safety to document the emergency and the inhumanity unfolding on our streets. And you're even sometimes doing it by singing. In Minnesota, we show up for our neighbors. We help people out. We don't give in to bullies. We stand strong. We stand in the park with a candle in our hands to mourn, but also to kindle hope. And I know that Minnesotans are going to stay strong because, as Dr. King preached, we know how to put our faith into action. As Dr. King said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Hawaii.
I want to thank the Senator from Minnesota, junior and the senior senator from Minnesota, for their incredible leadership and serving as a ballast, not just for the people of their country, of their state, but for the whole country. Tyranny is tyranny, and the people of this country, whatever our other differences, don't want anything to do with it. You might be a liberal, you might be a conservative, you might be for immigration, or you might be against it. You might think that guns should be more readily accessible, or you might think that guns should be harder to purchase. But when the United States government is killing your fellow citizens in your name, none of that matters. Because tyranny is tyranny, no matter the tyrant. Overreach is overreach, regardless of cause, and state violence is state violence. And it is against everything that this country stands for. There is a reason that a very unusual and unusually broad coalition of unlikely partners quickly converged in the wake of the tragedy. And it wasn't some organizing strategy. This was organic across the country and certainly across the great state of Minnesota. It was liberals, it was conservatives, it was gun owners, it was clergy members, it was business executives, it was libertarians, it was Trump voters. Why the new unity? Because people from different places and persuasions, faiths, and financial situations understand that at least on the very narrow question of freedom and liberty, our fates and our futures are intertwined. No one is free until everyone is free. In my Jewish tradition, during Passover Seder, it's customary to recount the story of the Israelites' exodus from Egypt. And the reason the story is told anew every year is to remind us that the struggle for freedom is not confined to the past and limited to others, but instead has to live inside of all of us. The Haggadah says, we were slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt, and the Lord our God brought us out of there with a strong hand and an outstretched arm. Not they, but we. The point being that however many generations removed we are from that story, we're still obligated to see ourselves as though we were personally freed from slavery in Egypt. No one is free until everyone is free. Our founders knew that too. The Constitution deliberately begins with we, the people. The Declaration of Independence promises equality and certain unalienable rights that we hold to be self-evident. A collective responsibility to protect freedom and liberty is central to the American experiment. It always has been, which is why in the summer of '63, sitting in a dark jail cell in Birmingham, Alabama, in the throes of the battle for civil rights, Martin Luther King Jr. wrote, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all, indirectly. No one is free until everyone is free." That same spirit of solidarity has united people for generations. In Hawaii, it was the sugar plantation workers in the 40s, tired of being overworked and underpaid, who organized across ethnic lines for fairer conditions. Up until that point, they had been divided by the plantation owners into separate camps: Chinese camp, Japanese camp, Filipino camp, and so on, and paid different rates for the same work. And so they came together vowing to treat an injury to one as an injury to all. They went on strike and won, altering the trajectory of workers in Hawaii to this day. An injury to one is an injury to all. No one is free until everyone is free. If there's a lesson in this collective outrage and widespread condemnation of ISIS conduct, it's that people don't want state-sponsored violence on their streets in their names. It's not a question of whether you voted for Trump or Biden. It's not a question of whether you agree with Joe Biden's immigration policy. And the idea that the immigration enforcement has to be accompanied by enthusiastic cruelty is so far out of the mainstream of American society. Nobody wants this save for a handful of people intoxicated by power and deluded by their own fantasies. Thuggery is not strength. Strength must be used to protect people, to give a voice to the voiceless and make people feel safe. That is impressive and noble and important, precisely because it's harder to practice and harder still to come by. But that's what makes the response in Minnesota of ordinary Americans taking it upon themselves to stand up for their neighbors so extraordinary. I want to read a bit of what Adam Serwer observed in The Atlantic about the mistaken assumptions that fed this administration's brutality. He wrote, "The secret fear of the morally depraved is that virtue is actually common, and that they're the ones who are alone. In Minnesota, all of the ideological cornerstones of MAGA have been proved false at once. Minnesotans, not the armed thugs of ICE and Border Patrol, are brave. Minnesotans have shown that their community is socially cohesive because of its diversity, not in spite of it. Minnesotans have found and loved one another in a world atomized by social media, where empty men have tried to fill their lonely souls with lies about their own inherent superiority. Minnesotans have preserved everything worthwhile about Western civilization, while armed brutes try to tear it down by force." End quote. Look, I get that we're all divided and distracted and exhausted and that it's not going to resolve overnight. But in the wake of the tragedies in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, a bright red line has emerged. We can argue about everything else, but we will not tolerate tyranny. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, I rise today in disbelief of where we are as a country. I will tell you, in listening to the speeches that came before me, such powerful words, I thought to myself, what can I actually contribute to this moment? As a matter of fact, when my colleagues said that they were going to schedule this floor block, I never thought about what I would say. I just said yes. And in my mind, there are a few things I do want to say. First, I want to start off by thanking my sister senators, Senator Amy Klobuchar and Senator Tina Smith, as well as former colleague, Representative Ilhan Omar, for your strength and leadership in such a trying time. Secondly, I want to acknowledge the people of Minnesota who have been through so much. I recall years ago going to Minnesota myself for the memorial service for George Floyd and being with the community to have conversations about community policing. And then witnessing the tragedy of Melissa Hortman and so much that has happened in that state. And so to the people of Minnesota, I want to say thank you for showing us strength, resilience, what it truly means to be your sister's keeper, your brother's keeper, and to show up for your neighbors. You are truly inspirational. I guess what has been on my heart is the history of this country. We will be celebrating Black History Month. And at a time where history is trying to be replaced, erased, I think it's important to think back on the things that we have been through. And what it took to make it through those times were not necessarily our eloquent speeches, but it was that everyday people did something. And so right now, the words that are ringing through my head are that they had their time, this is our time. We didn't ask for it, but we are prepared for it, whether we know it or not. And the three words that stick in my head right now is, now we must. It's our time. It's our time to stand up for our brothers and sisters across this country. When the administration first signaled their goals to do these kinds of interventions across the country, it was to arrest violent criminals. That's what I heard. But in reality, when you see a mother of three shot, when you see an ICU nurse who works for the Veterans Administration shot and killed, when you see children and families and pastors and priests and people across the country, not just in Minnesota, concerned to even walk in their own neighborhoods, maybe because of their color or their accent. That's not the way it's supposed to be. So that means each and every one of us has to do what we can in this moment to prevent this lawless chaos that is happening on our streets. I will say that what we are trying to put forward as Democrats, again, is just common sense, practical, actually safety measures to keep our country safe. And so as we think about the fact that right now there are armed cars roving, people in masks that we don't even know who they are, they should be identified. People shouldn't have to worry about carrying their papers with them. When we think about the process, people shouldn't be knocking on your doors and pulling you outside of your house. You don't even get a chance to put on your clothes, and they don't have a criminal warrant. They should be following the same rules as our state and local police officers follow in our states. Because what we're hearing is their efforts right now are making it even more difficult for law enforcement to do their jobs and keep us safe. And so there are, in this moment, things that each of us can do. And I hope that our Republican colleagues will join us. I hope they will join us in making sure that not only do we continue to have public safety that includes the public and our law enforcement, but that we reform an agency that has received over $75 billion as a slush fund? We want to make sure that money is targeted, that people are trained, and that they are doing what is right, and that they are doing at least what our state and local police officers do. And I want to end by just saying that I didn't come to give a big formal speech. I came to say that each and every one of us in this moment can do our part. Our senators, again, thank you so much to Amy. Thank you so much to Tina for your strength and for your example. Again, I encourage our Republican colleagues to join us as we reform and change that agency, meaning ICE and DHS. But more importantly, I think what is at the core of all of this is that we still have a democracy when it's all said and done. And so my call again is for each of us to just do your part, to stay strong. And I will not be voting for this package if we do not pull out DHS and have those reforms that we spoke of. And I, again, want to just say, it's our turn. Now we must. I yield back.
Recognize the senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, thank you so much, and what an honor it is to be together with my colleagues from Minnesota to appreciate their leadership and how they've stood in the gap for Minnesotans who have really suffered in these last weeks, to be together with so many colleagues on the floor to talk about this most existential moment. You don't have to be a spiritual or religious person to when you see a mother murdered and her last name is Good, the murder of Good, it should make all of us step back and look in the mirror and ask what it means. You do not have to be a spiritually attuned person to watch a VA employee ICU nurse get 10 bullets in his back and step back and ask, who are we? These images are going around the world, and people are not looking at these images as who a particular person or administration is. They're looking at this as, is this who America is? And that is what this debate is about. I take this very personally, Mr. President. From birth to age 2, I was a Minnesotan. I was born at St. Joseph's Hospital in St. Paul, Minnesota. I still have family connections in Minnesota. I then was a Kansan until I was 26, and my more persuasive Virginian wife convinced me to become a Virginian. And now, 42 years later, I still have these strong feelings and ties about the state where I was born. And as I watch the events and I hear the pain and I get the dispatches from friends and family who are in the midst of this, sharing with me the stories, much as my colleagues have shared them today, I realize this isn't just about Minnesota. It could be anywhere in our country. Although I will express this question, could it be anywhere? Because it does seem as if the administration is targeting this kind of rogue violence in certain communities, not others. And when the Attorney General of the United States, our nation's chief law enforcement officer, by letter suggests that the rogue activities in Minnesota could stop if Minnesota would only turn over its voting rolls, it does make you wonder, as my colleague Senator Smith asked, is this really about law enforcement? But the fear that immigrant communities and others who want to peacefully assemble and present grievances about government, a right guaranteed in the First Amendment, that fear is something that isn't just in Minnesota. It's in my community, too. I live in Richmond, Virginia. The Commonwealth has a population that is about 12% immigrant. The church I go to is heavily a Congolese parish. It's a Catholic parish. Many folks in the Congo are Catholics, and we have seen a refugee population grow in my parish. We have immigrant communities all over. The meeting that I had right before I came to the floor was with a Cub Scout troop from McLean, Virginia, and they talked to me about the rights of immigrants because so many of them or their parents are immigrants. And the fear in our immigrant communities is palpable. Even when there haven't been roving patrols, will they start tomorrow? You see reduced attendance at child care centers. You see reduced attendance at church events because people hear rumors that if they go, they might be targeted. The fear is palpable. What I want to just say, Mr. President, that I hope we'll kind of bear in mind in this is we all come to this place with different life experiences, and a life experience that I've had that is, different than some is I've been a mayor and a governor and know what it is to have a police force. When I was the mayor of Richmond, we had a police force. When I was the governor of Virginia, we had the Virginia State Police. And let me tell you something police forces don't like. They don't like roving bands of people with masks and without IDs roving through their communities without coordinating with them. In Virginia, this kind of started a couple of months back in a couple of our courthouses who are patrolled by deputy sheriffs. The court function and jails are run by sheriffs in Virginia, and they're there to provide security. And in courthouses in Chesterfield and Albemarle County in Virginia, they started to see masked, unidentified folks show up to grab people. Now, these are courthouses that are guarded by deputy sheriffs with weapons who are there to provide stability and security. And when there are masked people coming into the courts to grab others who don't identify themselves or coordinate with local law enforcement, you raise the risk of a horrible, horrible injury or accident or tragedy occurring. And now we see this happening in Minnesota and elsewhere. At a minimum, the mayor and governor and me says we should not be allowing these roving patrols to run roughshod in local communities without fully getting the approval and the coordination with state and local law enforcement authorities. Anything short of that treats state and local law enforcement as if they're the enemies instead of partners to try to promote public safety. And the other thing that I would point out before handing it off to my next colleague is something that's just so common. It's so common in law enforcement at the state and local level. If there's an officer-involved shooting in virtually any law enforcement agency in this country, the officer involved in the shooting is immediately put on administrative leave. That's not a judgment that they were wrong. It's just a judgment that a shooting is so serious that there should be an investigation before that officer is allowed to return to duty. This is standard operating procedure in tiny town police offices that have a handful of officials in Virginia and elsewhere, and yet that is not what is being done at the federal level. In fact, the Washington Post ran a wonderful story yesterday that analyzed many instances of DHS officials shooting folks, and before an investigation was even done, the administration is out vindicating them, not putting them on administrative leave, and finally even blaming victims, calling them domestic terrorists and assassins. And that's the last thing I want to say, Mr. President. The scale of the lie goes up depending upon the depth of the shame and guilt feeling. And so when someone is killed and a key cabinet secretary jumps out, or a key White House official to label them as a domestic terrorist or an assassin, clearly contradicting all the available evidence that every American and every person in the world can see, you know that the lie is being magnified to cover up the depth of shame and guilt that that individual is feeling. It's time for us to do right by reforms, but it's also time to stop lying. Stop lying about these people who are standing up and trying to be good neighbors and protect their fellow man. Stop calling them domestic terrorists. Stop calling them would-be assassins. Stop trying to trash their memories, pour salt in the wounds of their parents and their loved ones and their children's to cover up your own lack of responsibility and your lack of accountability. We're going to hold you accountable. We're going to make sure that you're accountable, not based on a promise of future action by this administration. We need to get the 5 bills done we can get done and then turn to a DHS reform that is put in law, that is signed by the president, so that when the president or his cronies decide later to break it, we can go to court and enforce it. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, on Saturday, America witnessed another horrific tragedy in Minneapolis when Alex Preedy was shot and killed by Department of Homeland Security law enforcement agents. By all accounts, Alex was a dedicated member of his community. He served as an intensive care nurse at the Veterans Clinic in Minneapolis, and on Saturday, he was simply exercising his rights as an American, the very same rights for those veterans that he fought to protect. He used his First Amendment right of free speech to show up for his community and record interactions between Homeland Security officers and his neighbors. When agents became violent with a female protester, he stepped in to protect her. He also exercised his Second Amendment right to bear arms, and despite no evidence that he was threatening anyone or holding anything but a phone in his hands, officers still shot him repeatedly and killed him. The American people have watched the videos. They have seen with their own eyes the evidence of DHS's unjustified behavior and excessive use of force. But mere moments after the shots were fired, DHS officials jumped to the claim that Mr. Preedy was a domestic terrorist and an assassin who wanted to massacre law enforcement. I want to be very clear with this, Mr. President.
Those statements are lies. They are lies used to justify the unjustifiable actions of some DHS officers. The blatant lies of DHS leadership and misconduct by the officers involved in the killings of Alex Prady and Renee Good are indefensible, and they cannot stand. They violate the public trust and stand in direct opposition to the values and the professionalism of many federal law enforcement officers who follow the law and serve with integrity every day. But since these tragic events, people from every corner of America have made their voices heard. My office has heard from thousands of Michiganders about their outrage at the fatal shootings of both Renee Good and Alex Prady. The American people's message is loud and it is clear. They're fed up with the Trump administration's mishandling of immigration enforcement, and they are demanding that we do something about it. Americans have every right to be enraged. I am outraged, and every member of this chamber should also be enraged. This is certainly not the country that I grew up in, and this is certainly not the country that we can leave to the next generation. In this moment, we have no choice but to stand up for our communities, for Renee Good, for Alex Prady, and for the very principles that our country was founded on. That's why I will be voting no on the bill before us, unless DHS funding is stripped out or unless critical reforms are incorporated into the bill. If the leader put the other 5 appropriation bills on the floor today, they would pass. They would pass with bipartisan support, overwhelming bipartisan support. But DHS components have unique but important functions beyond immigration enforcement, securing our borders, combating human trafficking, seizing deadly narcotics being smuggled into our country, and facilitating trade and travel. But personnel from these components have been pulled from their core missions and have instead been pressured to focus exclusively on arbitrary quotas and removing immigrants from our country, and even those who pose no serious threat to public safety. This corruption of DHS mission has directly contributed to the chaos and violence that we have seen in Minneapolis and communities all across our country. And that's why Senate Democrats are calling for common sense reforms. Reforms like ensuring DHS officers wear clear identification so people knew who they are dealing with in law enforcement and then can hold them accountable. Requiring DHS personnel to wear body cameras so that we have proper recordings of their conduct in immigration enforcement. And, Mr. President, requiring proper investigations after tragedies occur, like the recent shootings of both Renee Good and Alex Prady. These are just a few examples of common sense practices that strengthen accountability and help ensure the safety of both law enforcement and our communities. Our local law enforcement personnel already follow them, and we shouldn't expect anything less from our federal law enforcement. There's no question immigration enforcement is necessary, but we must conduct it in a way that is both humane and safe. Clearly, that's not how this agency is operating today. But now is the time to act, and I urge our Republican colleagues to join us in putting real guardrails in place and not just acting as a rubber stamp for the Trump administration. President, I yield.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Vermont.
first I want to acknowledge my colleagues from Minnesota, Senator Smith and Senator Klobuchar. You have conveyed to us the deep pain and anguish that you feel and that every Minnesotan feels about the shocking shootings that occurred in your state. And this follows on tragedies that occurred before this. And the pain of your community is the pain of this United States Senate. And my deep appreciation, and I know I express that on behalf of all of my colleagues, for you putting this in a human, real perspective. Thank you very much. Second, this is shocking. 2 people got shot for no reason. Absolutely no reason. Renee Good, a 37-year-old mom, 3 kids. She was protesting. That officer walked from the back of her car to the side of her car to the front of her car. He shot through the front windshield and then moved to the side and shot 2 shots in the driver's side window. That's what happened. And then Alex Preddy, who was out with his cell phone camera observing what was going on and was shocked, I'm sure, to see that an ICE agent was pushing a woman into the snowbank, and he came over to try to get between them. There was a scuffle. He was in total subjugation by the officers who had him on the ground. He was disarmed, never using, by the way, or even threatening to use the gun that he had legally in his possession. And ICE officers, 2 of them, shot him 10 times. 10 times. That's what happened. And why aren't we all just totally shocked? That's not acceptable. And then, that is all done with the authority of the state, with no restraint. And then, the Secretary of Homeland Security, who's responsible for the training and the discipline and the mission, blows this off and says these 2 people were domestic terrorists. No accountability, no expression of sadness, no expression of remorse. How is this acceptable to any one of us here? How is that acceptable? And yet what we're hearing when we are saying, let's look into this, let's get some reforms in place that allow our citizens to feel safe, for there to be accountability, we're being told it's too complicated because we've already got a bill and we'll have to divide it. And that means procedural hassles. That means, oh, the House will have to come back. Are we serious? That's called doing your job. It's called accountability. It's called taking responsibility. I want to pay tribute to the people of Minnesota. We're actually having a discussion about inconveniencing House members because they've got to get on a plane and come back if we act to do something that every American knows we should do. Pass the bipartisan bills where we've got 5 bills done and take on the burden of responsibility that we have as a United States Senate to put reforms in an agency that needs reform. And folks in Minnesota, it's 20 degrees below zero. They're out in the streets. They're out protesting peacefully. They're out providing coffee and cocoa and some warm soup to each other so they can get through this. Why are they doing it? You know what? They care about the right of assembly. They care about the First Amendment. They care about their constitutional rights. But the reason they're doing it is they care about each other. That's who they care about. In this United States Senate, our job is to care about every single American. And we have an agency that is totally out of control with a leader that is, you know, I would say it's incompetent. But the cruelty of that remark, to dismiss 2 people, innocent people who died as domestic terrorists, tells me there's not an inkling of acceptance of responsibility that goes with the enormously important job of being Secretary of Homeland Security. So I'm not going to vote and give a blank check where we're not even willing to have a discussion about what the reforms are. And Mr. President, I want to say I know every one of us here are shocked by what happened. This is not a Republican-Democratic deal. This is about seeing 2 innocent people shot, and they didn't need to be. And you know, one of the things that's so important for us, if we have a family, we live in a community, is to act in a way where the people around us can be confident that we've got their back, that we won't hurt them or harm them, that we notice what their struggles are and we'll try to help. And you know, all of us here have such admiration for law enforcement and the work they do, and it's such an incredibly hard job. But more than anyone else, the people contacting me in Vermont to express their shock at what happened in Minnesota are people in law enforcement. They know the job is hard, but they have accepted the responsibility to be a guardian, to be protective. We can accept our responsibility where we are the 100 people in this country, in this Senate, who have the opportunity to provide some reassurance and safety and confidence to the people each and every one of us represents. So yes, let's do our job. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from California.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join my colleagues that have spoken in really saying my heart goes out to my colleagues from Minnesota, both the senior and the junior senator, and the people of Minnesota for what they have been through these last few weeks and how they have responded these last few weeks as they've mourned and as the country's been watching. January 7th feels like so long ago now, but just a few weeks ago is a day that I never would have imagined. That day, Renee Nicole Good, a mother, a daughter, a poet, was out in her community, observing, helping to document, as allowed by the law, what was happening when she was alerted about these ongoing indiscriminate raids in her community. As several of my colleagues have spoken, the administration's response to the federal agents killing Renee Good was not one of, whoa, hold on, let's really assess what's happened here. It was one of blaming her. The response was so faulty by the administration. Forget the investigations that should have taken place, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But when the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States respond to an incident like that by messaging to federal agents, don't worry, you have complete immunity. First of all, that's not true. Second of all, it's the opposite of the message that we should be sending if we're trying to de-escalate tensions and make sure that law enforcement abides by the law. And I remind us of that because, sadly, it is not shocking when we reflect on what happened on January 24th. This time, Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a son and an ICU nurse at the local Veterans Administration hospital, was out lawfully, peacefully observing and helping document more of this ICE and CBP activity in Minneapolis. And he was shot in the back and killed. 2 United States citizens dead at the hands of federal law enforcement in the span of 2.5 weeks. They're dead because ICE and CBP have been encouraged by the White House to act with impunity. Colleagues, it was about 7 months ago that I stood here on the floor to warn all of you and the American people that the Trump administration at the time, so this will go back to last June, the Trump administration was using Los Angeles as a test case, testing how far federal agents could go in this indiscriminate, increasingly violent and cruel mass detention and deportation agenda, how far they could go before exporting this model throughout the country. I never in my life have wanted to say more than I do today that I wish I was wrong. But for the better part of the past year, communities across the country have been subjected to this relentless aggression. Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Chicago, Portland, Charlotte, and others, and now Minneapolis. You've seen the videos. I've seen the videos. We've all seen the videos. How dare this administration slander the names of the dead and tell the American people not to believe what we can all see so clearly with our own eyes? How dare this administration act as if the laws passed by this body do not apply to them? And so, yes, colleagues, it is time to say enough. This is not just about immigrant families and immigrant communities now living in fear. This is about all of us. No one in this country, immigrant, citizen, veteran, should fear for their life, for exercising their constitutional rights, for standing up for their neighbors. This is not a political or policy disagreement about immigration. This is about decency. This is about humanity. And this is about the rule of law. Now, instead of pursuing independent investigations and seeking to hold officers accountable when and as warranted, this administration has doubled down. Let me take a moment on this, because our colleague, Senator Kane from Virginia, talked a little bit about his experience as governor and mayor and what normally happens after an officer-involved shooting. Normal practice, standard practice, best practice after an officer-involved shooting in a local agency, in a state agency. It's not just the officer being placed on leave, but initially there's an administrative review of what happened. Was it not just consistent with policy, but the law and the Constitution? And if not, what is the consequence? Absent that, under normal circumstances, we have a civil rights division of the United States Department of Justice that can conduct an independent investigation and bring forth accountability as and when warranted. Sadly, that is not the case with this administration. Not the objective internal review, not a civil rights division of the Department of Justice review. Instead, they tell officers, you have complete immunity, and they double down. And so the abuse has continued. And by the way, it's not just on the streets. The videos you have not seen is the abuse and inhumane treatment that continues inside some appalling and inhumane private detention facilities, where, colleagues, if you haven't heard, 32 detainees died last year, the most deadly year for those in ICE detention facilities in a long, long time. And an additional 6 this month alone. We're already on track to exceed last year's most deadly number. Talk about the people held in detention centers like the one that Senator Schiff and I visited just last week in California City. Many there being denied basic medical care, even urgent medical care. People denied easy access to legal counsel, to due process, to fundamental dignity. And what has the Republican majority in Congress, how have they responded to this cruel and vindictive mass deportation campaign? Silence. Inexcusable or unacceptable silence. And for those who have not been silenced, I've heard cheering on of what the administration is doing. Colleagues, since last July, there's been dozens of incidents involving excessive force by federal agents, including at least 17 shootings. Instead of asking questions and demanding accountability, our Republican colleagues here have applauded the administration and chosen to give the Department of Homeland Security billions more dollars. And now they're suggesting that DHS needs even more. How much more must our communities and our country endure before our Republican colleagues join us in saying enough? How much more, colleagues, before you agree to impose the real guardrails on a DHS that chooses to investigate itself, that stonewalls oversight, that even fights court orders to preserve evidence in the killing of an American citizen? Not destroying evidence should go without saying. It should be compelled by a federal judge, just like true, objective, independent investigations after incidents like this should go without saying. But we're not living in normal times. We continue to see ICE and CBP behave as though they are above the law. And because this administration has told them they are, and because Republicans in Congress have not told them that they're not. But we have an opportunity to change them, to collectively, on a bipartisan and bicameral basis, let those agents know no one is above the law. That is not just an opportunity, but an obligation that we have in this moment. Public safety depends on legitimacy, and legitimacy depends on accountability and speaking the truth. Our laws mean nothing if those that are assigned to enforce the laws believe that the laws don't apply to them. And so, colleagues, let's realize that we are not powerless in this conversation. Congress is a co-equal branch of government in the United States of America, and it's about time we act like it. That's why I support imposing serious reforms, real oversight, and accountability on ICE and CBP before this body provides them any more taxpayer dollars. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
I recognize the senator from Rhode Island.
I've served as my state's attorney general. I've served as the United States attorney for Rhode Island. I used to lecture at the Police Training Academy in Rhode Island. I know a little bit about police work, and I know bad police work when I see it. What we are seeing in Minnesota is a level of violence, a lack of deconfliction, and flat-out unprofessionalism that is dangerous. And trust me, it's not just me. Let's start with Minneapolis's own police chief. who described ICE's behavior this way: "It looks very untrained. It looks unprofessional. It looks very chaotic." He described it as poor tactics and really unconstitutional practices. And he put some good context on it. He said, Minneapolis Police Department went the entire year last year, recovering about 900 guns from the street, arresting hundreds and hundreds of violent offenders, and we didn't shoot anyone. This is the second American citizen that's been killed. This is the third shooting within 3 weeks. And it's not just up in Minnesota. In Maine, a sheriff said, "This is Bush League policing." Another Minnesota sheriff said, "I'm seeing people being stopped, questioned, and harassed solely because of the color of their skin." A Philadelphia sheriff said that these agents are, quote, "made up, fake, wannabe law enforcement." A chief in St. Paul described traffic stops that are, quote, "clearly outside the bounds of what federal agents are allowed to do." A former police chief said, "Their tactics are unsound. I question their training, if any." All the way in Montana, a police chief said, "We do not do business in that manner. When you see those types of tactics being used, we don't use those." And in Texas, again, the former head of the Combined Law Enforcement Association described newly recruited masked agents that no doubt damage and destroy the reputations of our proud and professional officers. A law professor and former police officer described the conduct as, quote, "egregiously deviating from professional norms of policing." So what we're hearing out of law enforcement professionals around the country is disgust with the lack of professionalism with which ICE and CBP are discharging their responsibilities. And I'll close by talking about deconfliction, because that is probably the most dangerous mistake that law enforcement can make. That's how you get blue-on-blue violence. That's how things get dangerously out of hand. And with respect to deconfliction, a sheriff in Maine talked about unmarked cars and masked individuals, men with guns in the yard, frightening residents, and his office had no idea it was taking place. They hadn't disclosed to the local police that they were going to do a weapons-out armed raid in their jurisdiction. In Brooklyn Park, the chief said that his own officers were being pulled over. The deconfliction was so bad. And he said, "If it's happening to our officers, it pains me to think how many of our community members are falling victim to this every day." In Austin, Texas, the chief described how they're not warned ahead of time by ICE when they're going around. That threatens to create dangerous misunderstandings between local and federal law enforcement agencies. We're short on time, so I'm going to end there. But nobody in this body should believe that what is happening, what we're seeing with our own eyes on the streets of Minneapolis, is legitimate or professional law enforcement. It simply is not. It has gotten out of hand, and nobody knows it better than real cops. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from California.
Mr. President, in just 1 year and 1 week, that is 373 days, Donald Trump and his administration have changed what it means to walk down the street in America. 374 days ago, an American citizen did not need to worry about carrying a passport or worry that they would be pinned to the ground for being unable to prove that their hometown was in fact the only home they have ever known. 374 days ago, immigrant families didn't need to call on their neighbors or rely on the help of Good Samaritans to grocery shop for them, to take their kids to school, to have access to what we value in life, all because they were afraid to open their door. 374 days ago, standing up for your First Amendment rights, your Fourth Amendment rights, even your Second Amendment rights was not in itself a provocation in the eyes of the federal government. But in so little time, so much has changed. In this America, we see masked agents hiding their faces from the world and even hiding their identification, terrorizing communities across the nation, smashing car windows and dragging mothers and fathers from their vehicles in front of their kids. In front of their kids, often taking those kids and separating them from their parents, breaking down doors, detaining citizens and non-citizens alike. And as for warrants, no, apparently DHS lawyers now claim you don't need a judicial warrant to break through the door of a U.S. citizen and haul them out in their underwear in the dead of winter, only to later release them without charge, without apology, only with newfound terror, courtesy of the United States federal government. Agents with just 47 days of training, sweeping through American cities, agents with barely over a month of training, just 47 days. And why 47? Because it's a nod to the vanity of the 47th president, rather than allocated to the need to be instructed on how to, say, use or avoid using deadly force. Agents with less training than a teenager getting their driver's license are now badgering, beating, and even killing Americans on our streets in the name of the president, while his chosen enforcers smugly walk through American cities, cosplaying their favorite uniforms from the 1930s and 1940s. DHS is now building databases of Americans detaining and even disappearing people off of corners in Minneapolis, Chicago, Portland, Nashville, Los Angeles, and far too many communities across the nation. The Trump administration demanded Republicans deliver a $170 billion taxpayer-funded slush fund for these misbegotten efforts, taking that money away from your health care, taking that money away from food for hungry families to spend on weapons for enforcement agents, and billions on detention centers to imprison people who are undocumented but have committed no crimes and have no criminal records at all. This is the America that Donald Trump has created. But it is not the America that we will accept. We will not accept the labeling of Renee Good, a mother of three, a loving and caring member of her community, caught on camera showing compassion to federal agents, even as she protested them. We will not accept that she was killed and then later falsely designated a domestic terrorist. We will not accept that Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old Veterans Administration ICU nurse, exercising his constitutional rights and stooping to help a woman who had been pushed to the ground, can be labeled as an assassin merely hours after being shot in the back in cold blood nearly a dozen times. Now, these were not labels given by some arrogant agent in the field. This was not some bad apple using this terminology amongst otherwise upstanding immigration officials. No, these labels were applied by the highest-ranking officials of this operation in President Trump's White House. The cabinet secretary overseeing these raids, Kristi Noem, the architect of this campaign of fear and mass arrest and detention, the racist in chief, Stephen Miller. This impunity that we see on our streets, this violence, it comes from the top. Gaslighting amplified by the vice president and the president himself. This brazen denial of rights and facts is in the water at DHS headquarters. And it's increasingly clear that this has been the culture, become the culture of ICE and Customs and Border Protection. And that is why I'm standing here this week to say clearly not another dime for this kind of lawless immigration regime. We will not add to the slush fund that Republicans gave Kristi Noem and Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino last year to fulfill Stephen Miller's dystopian vision of America. We require real reforms in statute, not promises of change, not executive actions worth less than the paper they are printed on. Look out on the streets of Minneapolis, where 2 American citizens have been gunned down in as many weeks, where tear gas flies through the air and doors fly off their hinges under the banner of this administration. And in those streets stand agencies backed by billions of dollars still to be spent, billions that can arm them, billions that can detain and oppress. This is an America in regression, where the color of your skin could be the only pretext for getting pulled over, detained, or worse. A reality that has persisted for blacks, Latinos, Asians, and others, notwithstanding the progress made in my lifetime. As a child of the generation that shone a light on and helped pass laws to end such racist tactics, for most of my life we have made strides to ensure that we moved past that America. But now we are returning to an America that I do not recognize, nor is this an America that I can accept. We have the power in this body to do something about it. And until we do, my vote will reflect my complete and utter rejection of this lawless and cruel regime. This cannot become the status quo. This cannot become the new normal for America, for Alex Preddy and Renee Good, for the Californians detained without cause and without convictions, like those suffering in detention facilities like California City, whom I met along with Alex Padilla last week. For all of them, for their dignity, for their children, for their families, for their friends, for their safety, and for this country, we must act. I yield back.
I recognize the senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, I get it. I think most of us get it. A lot of moms and dads throughout America tonight are going to lie down and try to sleep and not be able to. And when moms and dads throughout America lie down to sleep and can't, more times than not in America today, they're worried about the cost of living. I get that. These high prices started under President Biden, but that's not why I'm here today. I don't want to blame this on anyone. It is what it is. I just know that you shouldn't have to sell blood plasma in America to go to the grocery store. I just know that you ought to be able to afford a home in America. It's part of the American dream. The cost has gotten way out of hand. When you're having to pay $500,000, if you can get a loan, to buy and live in a refrigerator box behind Outback, something's wrong in our country. And don't get me started on the cost of health care and health insurance and all the other daily expenses that moms and dads have. They're worried, and I understand they're worried. That's why I want to talk for a few minutes before I talk about Minneapolis, because I do want to address that. But that's why I want to talk for a few minutes about taxes. And I know some may be thinking, you know, why does Kennedy just talked about the cost of living in America. Why does he want to talk about taxes? I know people think I don't like paying taxes. They're thinking, you know, I'd rather have to listen to OJ jokes for the rest of eternity than to have to pay taxes. Nobody likes to pay taxes. It's the price we pay to live in a civilized society. But this year we have some good news with respect to taxes. And it's a result of changes to our tax code, Mr. President, and you know this well, that we made in the One Big Beautiful Bill. We're told not to call it the One Big Beautiful Bill anymore. There's a new name for it, but frankly, I think the American people are smart enough to know what we're talking about, no matter what name we give to it. As a result of the changes that we made, and when I say we, I don't take any joy in having to point out that this was done with only Republican votes. We tried to entice our Democratic friends to join with us. They chose not to. That's their choice. It's a free country. But the tax changes that we made were made solely with Republican votes, and I'm proud of them. And I hope both Republicans and Democrats take advantage of them. As a result of these tax changes, the American people are going to receive up to $100 billion in tax refunds. $100 billion, not million, $100 billion. What am I talking about? Many people, as you know, Mr. President, who are in the hospitality business are no longer going to have to pay for their 2025 taxes on tips. Not everybody. I don't want to overstate the case. But many of our people in the hospitality industry who make most of their income from tips, as a result of the changes we made for 2025, we meaning the Republicans, are not going to have to pay taxes on a portion of those tips. Many folks in 2025, not everyone, but many people in 2025 who worked overtime, they're not going to have to pay taxes, income taxes on that overtime. That also is contributing to this $100 billion that's going to be returned to the American people in tax refunds. In our One Big Beautiful Bill, we also increased the standard deduction for a two-parent or two-income household. We increased the standard deduction by $1,500. It's going to mean a lot of money back in people's pockets. The standard deduction for joint filers is now $31,500. As we were making these tax changes, and we again, regrettably, we did it with only Republican votes. We had to. But as we made these tax changes, we also put in a tax reduction for our seniors. People over 65, not everybody, but many Americans over 65 are going to get a new $6,000 senior reduction. What else did we do? Well, if you pay state and local taxes, real estate taxes, for example, property taxes, we changed the deduction from $10,000 to $40,000. So that means you have a higher deduction on your taxes, means your taxes are going to go down. We increased the child tax credit. It's now $2,200 for every child that you have. We increased it by $200 per child. Many folks, again, I don't want to overstate the case, but many folks who have borrowed money to buy a car and are paying interest will get to deduct a portion of that interest that they pay on their automobile purchase as a result of the changes we made in the One Big Beautiful Bill. And I could go on about other changes we made for small businesses. One in particular, if you're a sub-S corporation, a subchapter S corporation, or you're a limited partnership, or what we call an LLC in Louisiana, that stands for Louisiana Limited Liability Corporation, which means that you're taxed directly on the income that your small business earns. We made permanent the 20% reductions for distributions of business income for LLCs and LLPs and sub-S corporations. So if you add all of these tax changes up, and again, I didn't talk about all of the tax changes in the one big beautiful bill, but if you added the ones up that I talked about, that means an extra $100 billion in people's pockets throughout America. Democrats, Republicans, independents. And most people have more money held out of their check than they owe the IRS. And that's not unusual, particularly when we make tax changes. I mention that because this means that $100 billion, people are going to get checks from the federal government. They're going to get money back. God bless them. They deserve it. Now, I've got a couple of tips about how you can get that money back quickly. If you're able to do three things. If you file early, file your tax return. If you want your money back as quickly as possible, file your tax return early. Number two, file electronically. I know for some that's a pain. I don't much like it. I like to file a paper return, but some people like to file electronically. Some people don't, but if you do file electronically, you're going to get your money back from the federal government more quickly. The third thing you need to do is to tell the federal government that you don't want a paper check. You'd like your money deposited directly into your bank account. If you do those three things, file early, file electronically, and tell the IRS that you want the money sent directly, electronically, into your bank account, then you're likely to get your tax refund within 2 to 3 weeks. Your portion of that $100 billion, thanks to the one big beautiful bill that Republicans in the House and the Senate passed. That's going to help a lot in terms of dealing with the cost of living in America. And I'm very proud of our effort. Now let me say a word about Minneapolis. There's a lot we know. There's a lot we don't know. I want to talk about 3 things we do know. Number one, the loss of life in Minneapolis was a tragedy. And if you can't admit that, you have a padlock on your heart. It was a tragedy. We don't have all the facts. I know everyone's seen the videos, but the people involved haven't been interviewed. There are a lot of facts we have, but a lot of facts we don't have. And I am not going to rush to judge. I'm not going to rush to judge. President Trump has promised a full and thorough and transparent investigation. And I thank him for that. But regardless of what we find out, we all have to concede, we all should concede that the loss of life in Minneapolis was a tragedy. And I'm sorry it happened. Number two, this is the second thing that I know. You don't have to be Einstein's cousin. You don't have to be a senior at Caltech to know that illegal immigration is illegal. Duh. It's illegal. And those of us who believe that no one is above the law, we all say we believe that. I believe it. No one, those of us who say that no one is above the law have to concede that people in our country illegally are not above the law either. The law applies to them as well. Our immigration statutes are not second-tier laws. They matter just as much as the other statutes that have been passed by the elected members of Congress. And just like the other laws, the immigration laws have consequences and should have consequences if you violate them. Now, so I guess what I'm saying, Mr. President, is I support enforcement of our immigration laws. Now, how you enforce those laws matters. Those laws, like all laws, have to be enforced in accordance with due process. Those immigration statutes, like all laws, have to be enforced in accordance with equal protection. Those laws have to be enforced in accordance with a well-known Supreme Court case, 1968, called Terry v. Ohio, which sets forth the standards. Reasonable suspicion is the standard chosen by the Supreme Court, by which someone can be stopped and questioned when a law enforcement official doesn't have probable cause. Terry v. Ohio has to be followed. So, number one, illegal immigration is illegal. We should enforce our immigration laws, but how we enforce them matters. Third and final point. You have the right to protest in America. Let me say that again. You have the right to protest in America. You do not have the right to protest violently. And in fact, violence, as you protest, undermines the morality of the thing that you're protesting over. Let me say that again. Violence, if you choose violence when you protest, that undermines the morality of the movement that you say your movement is based upon. You know who else understood that? Dr. King. King understood it. Gandhi understood it. Mandela understood it. Violently protesting, not protesting, but violently protesting undermines the morality that you say your cause is built upon. It's also dangerous. It's dangerous it's dangerous and it's stupid. It's 12-piece bucket of stupid. Because when you protest violently, when you interfere with a cop or an ICE officer, it's not going to end well. It's not. Under the best of circumstances, these officers are trying to enforce federal law. And the people with respect to whom they're trying to enforce federal law are, in most cases, I'm not going to say all cases, but in most cases are criminals. Not criminals because they're here illegally, though that too is a violation of our law, but criminals because they have violated other laws, in many cases felonies. And those ICE officials, those cops are scared. They're scared. They're dealing with someone who could be armed, someone who could be dangerous. So you've got a powder keg. And when protesters choose to protest violently and harass those ICE officials and blow whistles in their ears and block their way and spit in their faces and curse them and curse their children, they're giving off sparks. in a powder keg. And it's not going to end well in many cases. And the truth of the matter is, it's been my experience in life, most, I'm not going to say all, most cops will leave you alone unless you do illegal stuff. So, as we go forward in America and try to enforce our laws in conformity with the United States Constitution, as we go forward together in America, and while we're respecting people's constitutional rights, we respect our law enforcement officials who are doing a very difficult job. As we go forward in America today, as the President has promised, to have a full and fair and transparent investigation of the tragic loss of life in Minneapolis, I hope we can keep those three things that I think all of us can agree upon in mind. I'm sorry we're at this point, but I believe that our future can be better than our present, and certainly than our past. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor to my esteemed colleague.
The senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I rise on behalf of the thousands of Wisconsinites I've heard from in the last few days. My constituents are not only saddened by what they see happening in Minneapolis, they are angry. This weekend, we watched masked agents kill a second U.S. citizen in Minneapolis in just 3 weeks. Alex Preddy, just like Renee Good, should still be with us. We also watched the Trump administration's reaction to this tragedy. Instead of turning down the temperature, the Trump administration threw gasoline on the fire and lied to the American people. In the hours after Alex Preddy was shot 10 times by federal agents, the Trump administration, without knowing the facts, said that Alex was, I quote, a domestic terrorist, and I quote, an assassin, and I quote, somebody who tried to murder ICE agents. Those are despicable lies. Fortunately, Alex's community and loved ones are setting the record straight, and so am I. That's why I'm here on the Senate floor this evening. We have to remember Alex Preddy for who he was, not for who the Trump administration wanted him to be to fit into their narrative. Alex Preddy grew up in Wisconsin and graduated from Preble High School in Green Bay. In recent days, his classmates have reached out to me and his friends and his teachers to share with me and the world who Alex really was. Jose from Green Bay met Alex in 9th grade. They became fast friends, participating in theater and show choir together. Jose shared about Alex that even as a fellow student, I saw him as a role model. JD, who also knew Alex in high school, wrote to me, "Everyone I knew looked up to him as a role model, effortlessly cool and unflailingly kind. Everything I know about his life since those days and even his final act aligned completely with the person I knew, a genuinely good person who sincerely wanted to serve his community. Another classmate, Michael, described Alex as generous with his time, welcoming by nature, and the kind of person who made you feel included without trying. He deserved to grow older, to keep showing up for people the way he did for me. And Alex did show up for people. He went on to become a nurse serving veterans at the VA hospital in Minneapolis. His coworkers, friends, and patients described him as a good man, someone who cared about others in his community. We all saw Alex's last act was an act of service, putting himself between a group of masked agents and a woman who had been shoved into a snowbank. He was not a threat. He was not an assassin. He was not a domestic terrorist. This administration is asking Americans not to believe their own eyes. As his parents wrote, the sickening lies being told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. They implored all of us, please get the truth out about our son. He was a good man. Well, I, for one, plan to do just that. I will not allow the Trump administration to lie and smear Alex. But I also plan on doing everything I can to ensure that Alex and his family get justice. We must get some accountability for what happened. No other American should lose their lives because the Trump administration thinks that ICE can operate with absolute immunity. Congress has a choice this week. My Republican colleagues can sign over another blank check to Kristi Noem and ICE and endorse this chaos and lawlessness, or Congress can do our job and stop these lawless, masked, armed agents from terrorizing another community. People want action. Alex deserves action. I intend to take that action. And I call on my Republican colleagues to join me. I yield.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I come to the floor to join my colleagues today to talk about the events of the last several days and to say to my colleagues here in the United States Senate on both sides of the aisle, I've talked to many Washingtonians, and they're very worried about what's transpired in Minnesota. They're very worried about what's transpired in Minnesota because they think that someone has lost their life that didn't need to lose their life. And they think that the President of the United States, instead of basically creating a system where that kind of overreach of power would be investigated, instead, he is basically accusing the victim here and basically really even attacking Second Amendment rights. So I'm here to join my colleagues to say, what are we going to do to fix this system? What are we going to do to make sure that tragedies like this don't happen and that we investigate the truth, not make up something about the situation minutes after it's happened? I say this because my state has struggled with these issues of justice, particularly civil liberties and the civil rights of individuals. We had two tragic cases in our state. One, a Native American was just carving on a corner, basically whittling away, didn't understand as he got up to move to another corner that a policeman in the neighborhood thought, what is he doing? And accidentally, basically, when the Native American failed to stop from just moving from one corner to another to continue his whittling, was shot dead. We had a case in Spokane where a disabled man basically went to his daily ritual of going over to get a soft drink at a supermarket. And on the way there, somebody said, "I think he's acting a little strange," and called the police. And the police showed up, and as he was reaching for a soda in the bottom compartment of the freezer, the police told him to stop. And he didn't really understand what they were even saying to him. What was he doing? He was just coming to get his daily soda. And they shot Otto Zim and killed him. And his last words were, "I just came to get a soda." So yes, in the United States of America, since 1957, we have had civil rights and civil liberties, and we have had a Department of Justice that has enforced the civil liberties of Americans by having oversight of police departments that overreached and basically did something like they did in the Seattle case against a Native American carver, John T. Williams, and in the Spokane case against Otto Zim. Yes, the Department of Justice had an oversight division and a consent decree that both the Seattle Police Department and the Spokane Police Department get your act together and do training so that you are not killing people that don't deserve to be killed. And that's the same situation with Mr. Preddy. Mr. Preddy didn't deserve to be killed in this situation, but let's at least have an investigation. Let's at least have a Department of Justice to do something about this. But that is not what the Trump administration is doing. The first Trump administration tried to roll back the requirements. In fact, the then Attorney General basically said, "I don't even want to use this consent decree power because it's one of the most dangerous things, and it's an exercise of raw power." Well, the reason why the Department of Justice has this responsibility is because it's their responsibility to make sure somebody doesn't abuse power, particularly in a law enforcement situation like this, and intervene on the civil liberties of Americans. So that Department of Justice, literally in the first Trump administration, basically did not do its job and tried to basically subvert the responsibilities. Now, here we are today in the second Trump administration, and what are they doing? Instead of really trying to look at patterns of abuse and patterns of malpractice, or states which law enforcement agencies aren't being properly using force in these instances, what are they doing about this misconduct? Well, the second Trump administration makes the first Trump administration look like it was going easy on this situation. Not only are they taking the money away from the Civil Rights Division, they're basically saying, look, we don't even want you to do that job. We want you to go out and prioritize protecting other issues instead. And basically, we've had most of the agency and individuals who were there doing the civil liberties work and doing this oversight work, they're gone. So now what we're seeing is that lawsuits are being dismissed, settlement agreements, issues that really would have been brought to light are just being dismissed. So the reason I'm asking this is because my colleagues now have a chance to say whether they really believe in this function of the Department of Justice and the rights of Mr. Preddy and Otto Zim and John T. Williams, and whether you want to do something about it. Now, I personally think that the Department of Homeland Security and ICE should be, in this instance, investigated. I think they should be investigated, and we should know the answers, and we should know that we are upholding the civil liberties of Americans, particularly in the right to express themselves and have free speech and go to a rally without being, or go to express their views, in this case, in Minnesota without being killed. So the question is, what are we going to do about this use of force? So my colleagues are out here saying it's a tragedy. I agree it is a tragedy. They're out here saying, that this situation, shouldn't have happened. I agree. I don't think I should be in Minnesota. I guarantee you the Obama administration rounded up a lot of people and deported them. I know, because I had constituents who complained about that. But The Obama administration didn't go out and just try to make quotas on people. The Obama administration didn't go out there and say, we're not going after the violent people, we're just going to go after anybody to make up the numbers. The Obama administration didn't use force against peaceful protesters. They didn't do any of that. And so now we're acting like that's the mission, and yet the Biden administration and the Obama administration did deport violent people out of the United States. Yes, they did. So what's different here is that we've crossed a line. We've crossed a line, and we have allowed ICE to go here and prey on U.S. citizens and basically, in this case, use this power of force. And my only question now is whether my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are going to stand up for the role and responsibility the federal government plays in oversight, in investigation, and upholding the civil liberties of Americans in the United States of America when these incidents happen. The rest of this is just debate. The rest of this about how ICE operates, about how Homeland operates, about how basically what you want to do about immigration, whether you want immigration reform, the rest of it is just debate. The real question is, do you believe in these civil liberties of Americans or not? And when police or power by the federal government is used in an excessive way and it means the loss of life, do you believe in having an authority that investigates that and is transparent with the American people and holds that system accountable? I know this. The Seattle Police Department is a better police department because of those consent decrees, and so is Spokane. And the incidents that happened in those two individuals losing their life may not happen again because we went through that process. The question is whether there's going to be another Preddy sometime soon, where another U.S. citizen loses their life because of this overreach of power, because we're not investigating, we're not protecting these civil liberties, and we're not understanding that we have an administration that is diminishing the very agency whose roles and responsibilities are to oversee this. So I want to know, do my colleagues believe in this? Do they believe in this role or responsibility, or do they not? Because I can tell you that's the only way we're going to move forward in the information age. The information age has laid this bare. The information age, we might have had people shot and killed by overuse of power in many instances in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and beyond, but you didn't see it. Now you're seeing it. Now you got to deal with the reality. You got to deal with reality that's right in front of us. So the only question is, do my colleagues really believe in enforcing the civil liberties and civil rights of Americans by investigating this situation, having an aggressive investigation, and holding people accountable? I thank the President. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
President. The senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, let us be honest. Let us face up to reality. Most Americans...
The Senate is in quorum call.
I request that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection, sorry.
Mr. President, once again, let's be honest. Let us face up to reality, and let us acknowledge that most Americans understand that our great nation, once the envy of the entire world, is now in the midst of a deep decline. And for the sake of our children and future generations, we must end that decline and turn this country around in very fundamental ways. Mr. President, not so many years ago, the United States of America was admired, respected by people throughout the world for our generosity, for our concern for the poor of the world, for our democracy, for our Constitution, for our rule of law, for our way of life. We were admired, respected. People around the world said, you know what, we would like our country to be like the United States of America. Tragically, Mr. President, that is no longer the case. I was just on the phone this afternoon with an elected official in Europe who literally could not believe what is happening to our country today, and I fear that millions of people throughout the world, in every continent of this world, in every country in this world, are looking at the United States of America and say, what in God's name is happening to that great country? But it's not only our standing in the world and our increased isolation from other countries that I worry about. Mr. President, we used to have the highest standard of living of any country on earth. That was it, America. Strongest middle class in the world. We used to be a country where the American dream said that our young people will do better than their parents. My dad came to this country at the age of 17, having dropped out of school at the age of 14 from Poland, with the dream that his sons would do better than they did. My mom graduated high school with the dream that maybe her sons would have a college education. That was the dream of millions of people. We work hard so that our kids would do better. The reality today, according to a number of studies, is that everything equal, unless we turn around, our younger generation will have a lower standard of living than their parents. They will own their own home at a much older age than their parents. And when we talk about America being in a state of decline and the need to bring about fundamental transformation of this country, understand that 2/3 of the American people, according to a New York Times poll the other day, 2/3 of the American people now believe that a middle-class lifestyle is out of reach. We used to be a country of the middle class, and now 2/3 of the American people say, no, the American middle-class lifestyle is out of my reach. Mr. President, we used to be the best educated country on earth, best public school systems on earth. Not the case anymore. We used to have the best health care system of any country on earth. Not anymore. We used to provide good, affordable housing for our people. Not anymore. We used to have the most advanced transportation system in the world. Not anymore. Just take a look about how the city of Washington dealing with the current snowstorm. In many respects, our great nation is falling further and further behind other countries, and we must not allow that to continue. Mr. President, the United States, our people, have faced horrific crises in the past, going back to the very beginning, the origins of this country, when a small number of people dared to have the dream and the courage to take on King George III and the British Empire and the most powerful military in the world, because they wanted their independence and they wanted their freedom. That was a crisis, and they prevailed. In the 1840s, there were people who were saying slavery is an abomination. It is immoral. We can't talk about a Declaration of Independence that says all men are created equal and enslave millions of people. We've got to end slavery. And they struggled and they struggled, the abolitionists. And there was a horrible civil war where so many people died. Finally, we ended the abomination of slavery, and the struggle continued to Martin Luther King Jr. and the Civil Rights Movement and the end of segregation. This country went through the Great Depression. 25% of our people were unemployed. And government had to redefine itself, and we did that. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor in 1941, December of 1941, we were not prepared to fight a war in the East or a war against Hitler in Europe, and yet within a few years, because the country came together, instead of building cars, we built tanks and we built fighter planes, we ended up winning that war. Won a war on two fronts. Bottom line, in all of these crises and others, the nation came together and prevailed. We did it then, and I have little doubt, if we do not allow people to divide us up by where we were born or the color of our skin, we can once again overcome the crisis that we are in right now, which in my view is the most serious crisis in the modern history of our country. And let me just say a few words about what is happening in Minneapolis right now as I speak. Let me be very clear. America is not about and must never be about a domestic military force called ICE, which, as we speak at this moment, is occupying a military occupation of one of our great American cities, Minneapolis, and is terrorizing the occupants in that city. America is not and must never be about federal agents shooting American citizens down in cold blood, breaking down doors to arrest people, or sending 5-year-olds to detention centers, all in clear violation of our Constitution. That is what takes place in dictatorships, in authoritarian societies, where there is not a rule of law. It does not and it must not be allowed to take place in the United States or any democracy on earth. So let me be very clear. ICE must get out of Minnesota now. ICE must get out of Maine now. ICE must stop terrorizing the American people. Not another penny should be given to ICE or Customs and Border Patrol unless there are fundamental reforms in how those agencies function and until there is new leadership at the Department of Homeland Security and among those who run our immigration policy. To be clear, Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller must go. But Trump's movement toward authoritarianism is not just about the use of his domestic army against the American people. It is about his attack against Venezuela in direct violation of the Constitution and international law, where he not only lacked congressional authorization, but where no one in Congress had any knowledge about what was taking place. Trump's authoritarianism is about disrupting the 100-plus year alliances we have had with our allies in Europe, and insanely threatening to seize Greenland from our longtime ally, Denmark. Does anyone in their right mind believe that the United States of America should threaten violence against our longtime allies? Trump's authoritarianism is about attacking Europe every day, one attack or another, because it is a continent of democratic countries, all very different, but they are democratic countries which actually elect their leaders. And apparently, increasingly, Europe and these countries will not simply do Trump's bidding, will now come to him with all kinds of gifts, while at the same time, as he attacks Europe every day, demeans Europe, insults Europe, he is busy cozying up to his autocratic friends in Saudi Arabia, who have helped line his pockets with billions of dollars from cryptocurrency and real estate deals. Not a problem that the head of Saudi Arabia is a murderer who our intelligence agency believed was responsible for the death of Washington Post correspondent Jamal Khashoggi. He is our ally. He's got a lot of money, trillionaire family, wealthiest family on earth, could do Trump family a lot of good. Not a problem that one of our allies is Benjamin Netanyahu, who has engaged in atrocities against the people of Gaza and is now under indictment by the International Criminal Court as a war criminal. Good ally. Those are the kind of guys we want, war criminals, trillionaires who put dissenters in jail. Saudi Arabia, a dictatorship. Trump's authoritarianism is about his repeated threats to make Canada, I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border, Canada one of our closest and most dependable allies, the 51st state. I mean, just think for a minute. Our allies for decades and decades, close friends, and you go around insulting this country and say you're going to become our 51st state. What world does Trump live in? How does his mind tell him to do that? Let's be clear. The American people want us to ally ourselves with democracies around the world, not dictatorships, not authoritarian societies. They do not want to be allied with or put American lives on the line for dictatorships like those that exist in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, or least of all, Putin's Russia. Mr. President, everyone in this chamber, including my Republican colleagues, understands that when Trump usurps the power of Congress, when he attacks the courts, when he threatens and intimidates the media and universities, and perhaps most significantly, when he brings criminal charges against his political opponents, be they liberal Democrats or conservative Republicans, that this man is a danger to everything this country stands for. My Republican colleagues know this, and the time is long overdue for them to begin speaking out against Trump's dangerous movement toward authoritarianism. We can disagree on the issues. We do disagree on the issues. But we should and must agree that this country not move toward an authoritarian society with more and more power in the hands of the President of the United States. And in that regard, let me applaud Chris Madell, who was a leading Republican candidate for governor in Minnesota, and who recently ended his campaign because he could not defend the National Republican Party in the face of what was happening in his own state of Minnesota. When Mr. Madel said, and I quote, "United States citizens, particularly those of color, live in fear. United States citizens are carrying papers to prove their citizenship. That's wrong. Driving while Hispanic is not a crime. Neither is driving while Asian," end of quote. Mr. Madel is right, and more Republicans need to speak out if they care about protecting the values this nation was founded upon. And when we talk about authoritarianism, we must also talk about the big lie, the lies that are told over and over again. Black is white, white is black, the constant barrage of lies that come from the White House. We can disagree on the issues, but you cannot have a democracy when the President of the United States lies profoundly every single day. No, Mr. President, Renee Good was not a domestic terrorist. She was the mother of 3 sitting in her car when she was shot. No, Alexander Preddy was not a would-be assassin, as Trump's administration has suggested. No, last night's attack on Representative Ilhan Omar while she was conducting a town hall meeting was not staged. Somebody attacked her, threatened her. No, the January 6th insurrectionists were not conducting peaceful demonstrations. They were attempting to overthrow the results of an election. No, the 2020 election was not stolen from Donald Trump. He lost that election by over 7 million votes. And yet today, as we speak, right now, Trump's FBI has raided an election office in Georgia to seize their ballots. And this is, by the way, after the Attorney General of the United States demanded that Minnesota hand over its voter rolls as a pretext for ICE stopping its assault on that state. Mr. President, President Trump's unacceptable actions are raising the question in the hearts of millions of Americans of whether or not there will be free and fair elections in 2026 and 2028. But, Mr. President, it's not just Trump's authoritarianism that concerns me and millions of Americans very deeply. I worry very much about the growing economic and political power of the oligarchs in this country, the multi-billionaires who are side by side with Trump, who are in front row when he got inaugurated. I think all of us will remember Mr. Musk there, Mr. Zuckerberg, Mr. Bezos, some 14 other billionaires sitting there when he was inaugurated. Today, in America, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of our nation. Unbelievably, Elon Musk, the wealthiest man alive, now owns more wealth than the bottom 53% of American households. One man now owns more wealth, some 700 billion plus, more wealth than the bottom 53% of American households. Top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. CEOs of large profitable corporations now earn 350 times what their average worker makes. Meanwhile, in America today, while the very rich become obscenely richer, 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, unable to afford the skyrocketing cost of housing, health care, education, child care, groceries, electricity, or other basic necessities. Very rich becoming phenomenally richer, tens of millions of Americans struggling to pay for their basic needs. And let us understand, Mr. President, that the oligarchs, the multi-billionaires, do not simply put their money under their mattresses. Not only do they want to own and control our economy, they are determined to own and control our corrupt political system as well. As we all know, Mr. Musk spent at least $290 million to elect Trump. You think you're living in a democracy when one guy could spend $290 million to elect his buddy to be president? The 100 richest people in our country spent $2.6 billion on the 2024 election. 100 people. Yeah, you, average American, you get the right to vote. But billionaires can spend hundreds of millions of dollars in super PACs that defeat the candidates who stand up for the working class and elect those people who stand with the oligarchs. And that number, the amount of money being spent in these super PACs by the oligarchs is growing and growing every day. And I should point out that it is not just the Republican Party, it is Democratic billionaires as well. This is a bipartisan effort on the part of the billionaire class. Mr. President, just recently, a super PAC representing the crypto industry just announced that it has $193 million in cash at its disposal for the 2026 election. In other words, you got concerns about crypto? Well, you're going to have to face a barrage of 30-second ads from extraordinarily wealthy people. Big tech oligarchs in Silicon Valley have already pledged to spend at least $200 million on a super PAC sympathetic to the AI, artificial intelligence industry, an industry that threatens to displace tens of millions of American workers. You worried about AI? You worried about robotics? You worried about the fact that tens of millions of jobs are going to be lost during the next decade? You're concerned about it? You want to have some regulations? Well, guess what? These guys got hundreds of millions of dollars to spend in a campaign against you. Now, that may sound like democracy to somebody. It does not sound like democracy to me. It sounds like a very corrupt system owned by the very wealthiest people in the world. And that is why, if we're going to come out of our decline, we're going to turn this country around, probably there is nothing more important that we can do than end the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, abolish super PACs, and move to the public funding of elections. Somebody wants to run against me, they might disagree with my ideas, fine, go for it. But we should not have a system where candidates are backed by billionaires who can outspend heavily those candidates who are standing up for working people. That is not democracy, that is oligarchy. In a democracy, elections must be about one person, one vote, not billionaires buying politicians. But, Mr. President, that's not all. When we look at what is going on in America, and it's important that we do that, take a look at our broken health care system. We are spending twice as much per capita on health care as the people of any other nation, and yet we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all. We've got 85 million Americans who are uninsured or underinsured, and over 60,000 people die each year because they can't afford to see a doctor on time. You want to turn around America? You want to end our decline? We're the richest country on earth. We spend more on health care per person than any other country. Let us have the best health care system in the world, guaranteeing health care to every man, woman, and child. That's what we should be doing. And that is why we should pass a Medicare for all single-payer system. And when we talk about America being in decline, we're talking about the skyrocketing price of housing and the fact that tens of millions of Americans cannot afford to buy a home. We're seeing young people right now living with their parents because they can't even afford an apartment of their own, married couples who will buy their own home at a much older age than their parents. Today, we have 800,000 Americans who are homeless, 800,000, including people a few blocks from the United States Capitol, and 20 million households are now spending over half of their limited incomes on housing. Let us reverse this decline. Instead of giving tax breaks to billionaires, let's build the low-income and affordable housing this country desperately needs. In the wealthiest country on earth, it is not a radical proposition to say that every American should be able to live in decent, affordable housing. When we talk about America being in decline, we're talking about the crisis in our education system. Several decades ago, the United States was the best educated country on earth. The United States used to lead the world in the percentage of adults with a college degree. We were number one. Today, we are in 11th place, behind countries like Japan, South Korea, Australia, the UK, and Canada. Today, the United States ranks 28th out of 37 developed countries in math, 12th in science, and 6th in reading. This is the United States of America, the richest country on earth. Our kids should be leading the world in science, in reading, in math, not being in 28th place. And if we're going to come out of our decline and successfully compete in a global economy, we need the best educated workforce in the world, which means we need to revamp our educational system from childcare to graduate school. Believe it or not, people don't know this, 70 years ago, major public universities, City of New York, California, great universities, were tuition-free. Maybe instead of spending $1 trillion a year on the military, we make sure that every kid in this country has the opportunity to get a higher education because we make our public colleges and universities tuition-free. In New York City, in New Mexico now, there are significant movements toward making childcare free and universal, and that is a lesson all of us have got to learn right here in the Congress. That should be our goal. Mr. President, when we talk about America being in decline, we're talking about the fact that we have a retirement crisis in our country today. In America, right now, over 20% of seniors are trying to survive on an income of less than $15,000 a year. Got it? 20% of seniors are trying to survive on $15,000 or less. One guy is worth over $700 billion. Half of seniors are trying to get by on less than $30,000 a year. These are the people who built this country. These are the people who raised us. We need to treat them with respect and dignity. And that is why we should expand and strengthen Social Security benefits and bring back defined benefit pension plans that guarantee a secure income in retirement. A great nation like the United States should not have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country. We should not have the highest rate, one of the highest rates of senior poverty of almost any major country. And when we talk about the decline in the standard of living in America, the fact that 60% of the people in our country today are struggling, as we speak, to put food on the table, we must understand that in our country right now, big tech oligarchs are working overtime to become even wealthier by throwing American workers out on the street and replacing them with robots or artificial intelligence. Nobody knows exactly what the impact of AI and robotics will be, but there are some very sophisticated studies which suggest that tens of millions of jobs will be replaced by AI and robotics, and we are in no way prepared for that. And that is why I have called for a moratorium on new AI data centers until we make sure that the economic gains of these revolutionary technologies benefit the working families of this country and not just a handful of multi-billionaires in Silicon Valley. AI and robotics are neither good nor bad. It depends on how they are utilized. If they can improve life for ordinary people, it is positive. If they can reduce the work week, it is positive. But if they simply throw millions of people out on the street, that is not a positive. Mr. President, in my view, we are living through one of the most difficult moments in the modern history of our country. But the truth is that throughout our nation's history, we have faced great challenges as well. This is not the first great and difficult challenge that we face. We have been through an American Revolution. We have been through a civil war. We have been through a suffrage movement that demanded full citizenship and the right to vote for our women. We have been through the Great Depression when 25% of our people were unemployed. We have been through World War II. We've been through the Civil Rights Movement and the effort to end segregation. And here we are today. At every moment of crisis in the history of our country, the American people came together and chose democracy over authoritarianism, chose justice over greed, and chose solidarity over division. They understood in the past, and we understand today, that when we stand together, no matter how much money the oligarchs have, no matter how much political power they have, we have the people. And at the end of the day, people coming together is far more powerful than the billionaires and all of their money. So, Mr. President, if we summon that same courage today, if we stand together against fear and hatred, if we defend democracy and take on the power of the oligarchs, there is nothing that this great nation cannot accomplish. That is how we end the decline. That is how we renew our democracy, and that is how we build a future worthy of our children and generations yet to come. Mr. President, thank you, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise today because of what's going on in Minneapolis. As we've all seen in real time with our own eyes, Alex Preddy, 37 years old, nurse at the VA, shot multiple times and killed by Border Patrol while he was exercising his right to peacefully assemble. The video shows us what happens. He was disarmed at the time that he was shot, defenseless, not a threat when he was shot and killed. Before him was Renee Good, shot and killed by ICE agents in her car on January 7th. Separate from those two, we have 32 people who have died in ICE custody in 2025, including one in Baldwin, Michigan. More fatalities in 1 year than in more than 2 decades. These folks shouldn't be going through this, but the deaths that we saw in Minneapolis are the culmination of something much bigger. We are experiencing a cultural moment in the United States of America that cuts to the heart of who we are as Americans, and it relates to the behavior of federal forces in our streets. It strikes to the heart of who we are as Americans. Now, this isn't about any one thing. But I do think that it's important for Americans to understand that despite some of the rolling back that the president has done over the last few days, ICE agents are still in Minnesota, still acting 3,000 strong in ways that I believe run against the American consciousness. So I'm going to list out some of the things that I've heard and we've seen, and I want Americans to think about how they would feel if these very things were going on in their own towns, in their own states, in their own communities. Imagine being pulled over and asked for your papers as you pull into the parking lot at Target. Imagine federal agents waiting at the top of off-ramps from the highway where you have to stop, determining by looking at you if you might be an illegal alien, and asking you to pull over and show you your papers. Imagine you are at the airport trying to depart on a flight to go overseas, and ICE agents are at the boarding area asking to see your papers. And when you ask them, are you just indiscriminately pulling us aside and checking our status, they threaten you with a $10,000 fine for obstructing federal agents. Imagine in your kid's elementary school, in the playground, agents are shooting tear gas. Imagine being held at gunpoint in your own home, taken to a police precinct in your underwear in sub-freezing temperatures, and then released without an apology when they realize, oops, you actually are an American citizen. Imagine agents with full kit on, no identifying information, masks, breaking your car window when your 2-year-old's in the back seat. Imagine peacefully protesting and having rubber bullets shot at you. Imagine masked men detaining a 5-year-old who was coming home from preschool. Imagine being pepper sprayed as clergy while you're praying out loud. Imagine tear gas filling your car on your way home from a basketball game with your children in the back seat and doing CPR on a 6-month-old who stopped breathing. Imagine being the family watching on video as your loved one is beaten and shot repeatedly and killed because they were exercising their Second Amendment right and being present in their First Amendment right with freedom of speech. And then imagine being grabbed off the street and taken to a detention facility without your family or a lawyer knowing where you are. Every one of these things has happened in Minneapolis in the past 30 days. If you have a problem with any of those things happening to you, you should have a problem with those things happening in Minneapolis. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. This is not about political party. In my state, we have seen political protests over the last 5 years for all kinds of political persuasions. And I want people to imagine that if they will do this in Minneapolis, there is no stopping them or some future administration doing this to you for what you care about. Now, I think it's lucky that we grew up in this country and we are taught over and over about the values of freedom of speech, freedom of peaceful protest. I think that it's important that young people are taught these things and that they come to live in a place very deep in all Americans that I know. And because of that, I think Americans have kind of an internal red line for authoritarian behavior. There's just some things that look and smell and feel wrong given our history and given our values. And I think what is most abhorrent about what's going on in Minneapolis is that it runs against the fundamental freedoms of who we are as Americans. Now, the president, who ran in many ways on the issue of immigration, has managed to piss off everybody, left, right, and center. Whether you're Joe Rogan or Zach Bryan or everyone in between, the tide has turned, and the president knows it. That's why he's slinking Bovino and other people out of town. That's why he's changing his tune. But what he says publicly is still fundamentally different from what is going on today in Minneapolis. You still have 3,000 agents doing the same list of things that I've talking about. It has not changed. So until the actions change, words don't matter. Now, Michiganders have been clear with me that there need to be consequences for this kind of anti-American behavior. And that starts with leadership. We have a cast of characters who are in charge of policy related to immigration. Let's start with Secretary Kristi Noem. She should resign. If she doesn't resign, the president should do what he's done in the past and fire her. And if she doesn't get fired, she should be impeached. Because while she's not the only one who are the brains behind these operations, she was the one who got the big job. She was the one who sat in front of many of us for Senate confirmation. And she has done nothing to defend the values that she claimed to hold her hand up and swear to protect. Now, I will tell you, back a year ago, I was one of those people who voted for Kristi Noem. I voted yes on her nomination. I come from the state of Michigan. We have major border crossings, some of the biggest border crossings in America, and we're about to open the largest new, one of the largest new border bridges in the world, the Gordie Howe Bridge to Canada. We need her. We needed her to staff that new bridge, to pay attention when we had issues with CBP or Border Patrol, when we needed more resources. She sat in my office. I invited her in, and she told me how she was a former governor. She had received federal support through FEMA. She knew what it was like, and she was going to uphold those same things that she depended on as a governor when it came to being the Secretary of Homeland Security. So I don't regret that I tried to have a relationship with her. I tried to say, hey, as someone from a border state, we've got to make this work. I've got to have a relationship with this person. But she has proved over and over again, up till this weekend, that she does not deserve the title of cabinet secretary. This week, when Alex Preddy was killed on the ground, shot 10 times, she didn't say we need an independent investigation. She didn't say we need to cool down and relax. She didn't say we need to put the DHS officers on administrative leave and have some sort of accountability. She said he was a domestic terrorist. A nurse who worked at the ICU for the Veterans Administration was a domestic terrorist. If you're a cabinet-level secretary and you jump to that, you don't understand our system. And certainly, the one time she's come in front of our committee, one time, since she was confirmed, she didn't seem to understand basic concepts like habeas corpus. Now, she's not the only one who is the mastermind of the president's border and immigration policy. If you want to understand the through line between Trump's first administration, where he literally put children in cages and purposely separated them from their parents as an immigration policy, and what you're seeing in Minneapolis today, that through line is Stephen Miller and his dark vision of America. I do not understand this person. I do not understand how he could be educated in this country and then spew these dark visions of who we are as a people. You know, I think the thing that he said right after Alex Preddy was killed was not only was he a domestic terrorist, but he was an assassin. These people don't understand who we are, and they certainly don't understand that the American public doesn't tolerate this kind of authoritarianism. So what do we need to do? We need accountability. We need the people who are the masterminds of these policies to leave their jobs, either, again, Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem resign, that would be the respectful thing, be fired by the president, they are boat anchors around your neck, or impeach them in the case of Kristi Noem. But certainly, for what this body needs to do this week, it seems abundantly clear that we need to separate out the budgets for a bunch of other departments and agencies from the Department of Homeland Security. We cannot trust this administration to handle the deployment of federal forces in our streets without making some fundamental reforms on the Department of Homeland Security. And I'm glad to see that, like dominoes, my Republican colleagues are now saying, yeah, we should separate this out. Yeah, I don't want to defend DHS and ICE and have the government shut down because I will just salute the president. They understand, and I give them credit. I'll take any millimeters of bravery that I can get from the other side of the aisle to say this is not American. And you better believe that my colleagues would be losing their ever-loving minds if a Democratic president were doing this in some Republican-run city. Losing their minds. So we need accountability for the people who are behind this. We also need fundamental reforms of ICE. We can't leave the administration to do it themselves. So you separate the bill out, and then we can have a real conversation. And all we're asking for, it's not the moon, is that federal agents who show up in these cities cannot play by different rules than police who live and work in our communities. You need to wear a body camera. You should not be masked unless it's for your health. You need to have insignia that shows you're actually real law enforcement. You need to have a judicial warrant to come into someone's house, not a warrant signed by some person at Department of Homeland Security who may or may not just have political dependencies on Kristi Noem and the president. We are asking for the same things that the Michigan State Police or the Nevada Police have to do on every single day. We want our federal agents to abide by those same laws and rules because they've fundamentally lost the trust of the American people. They don't have it. So we don't trust that the president is just going to learn his lesson, slink out of Minneapolis, and not do this to another city. So we need prevention, we need reform, we need to separate out the DHS budget from the others so we can get to work and not shut down the government because the president won't admit fault in Minneapolis. And we need to fundamentally remember who we are as Americans. We need to remember those values that literally we learned in first grade. We have fundamental freedoms that make us different than almost every other country of the world, and we need to defend them vigorously. And in fact, those people who are standing up and exercising those rights are doing the most patriotic thing they can do right now. Standing up and calling out authoritarianism when we see it is the most patriotic thing that we can do as Americans. And I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join us in calling a spade when you see it. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. This is a solemn occasion for me and for many people I know, and I rise this evening to recognize and honor the 67 lives we lost 1 year ago tomorrow, January the 29th, 2025. On that night, Flight 5342 took off from Wichita, Kansas, and flew toward our nation's capital with 64 passengers on board. In Washington, D.C., a Black Hawk helicopter with 3 Army soldiers would soon be in the air as well. Flight 5342 was just minutes away from a safe landing at Reagan National Airport when the plane and the Army helicopter collided over the Potomac River. Shortly after 9 p.m., I received a call with the news that a flight from home from Kansas was involved in an accident in our nation's capital. I made my way to Reagan National Airport that night. The banks of the Potomac River were illuminated with lights from emergency responders who were searching the icy waters of a crash site. At the airport, I was joined by local leaders and the newly sworn-in Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy. Our conversation that night was one of many that would then span the course of the following year, trying to understand how an accident like this could occur and how to prevent it from ever happening again. At the airport, we learned the tragic news that there were no survivors. Of those who perished, 7 were Kansans. Kia Duggins, a civil rights attorney and a Wichita native, was set to begin teaching at Howard University School of Law. Lindsay Fields, a professor at Butler Community College and the president-elect of the National Association of Biology Teachers, was traveling to our nation's capital to advocate for the issues that mattered to her. Bob and Lori Schrock, a prominent and very well-liked couple of farmers from Kiowa, Kansas. They were on their way to visit their daughter in college in Pennsylvania. Grace Maxwell, an engineering student from Wichita, was returning to college after attending her grandfather's funeral at home in Kansas. Dustin Miller, an IT professional who grew up in El Dorado, was a lifelong Chiefs fan and told his mom that he was going to try to make it back in time to watch his team play in the Super Bowl. P.J. Diaz of Wichita was described by his loved ones as a world traveler who'd been to 49 states. He especially loved cruises and had an extra long cruise planned for later that year. Sadly, 28 members of the U.S. figure skating community also lost their lives. Young athletes traveling back from a national development camp in Wichita with their coaches and family members. Maxim Naumoff, a 24-year-old U.S. figure skater, lost both of his parents in the accident. In the wake of this tragedy, Maxim used his love of skating to overcome this immense loss and now heads to the 2026 Olympic Games, just weeks away to achieve his lifelong dream he shared with his parents. We'll all be cheering him on. A year later, the memory of this night, the deadliest aviation incident that America had witnessed in nearly 25 years, is as painful as it was when we first heard the news. The victims, husbands and wives, fathers and mothers, sons and daughters, friends and coworkers. As we mourn the victims, we also remember heroism, solidarity and love displayed that night. Hundreds of first responders worked tirelessly through the night and into the coming days. Strangers offered comfort and people checked in on their neighbors. Since January the 29th, the families of the victims have tried to find meaning and purpose after the death of their loved ones and worked to eliminate the likelihood of an accident like this ever happening again. A family in particular I'd like to mention, Tim and Sherry Lilly, lost their son Sam. He was the co-pilot for Flight 5342, the helicopter. The Flight 5342. Following the tragic accident, the Lilly family have used their voice to become an advocate for safer skies in honor of their son, Sam. I'm grateful for the advocacy of the families who are gathered here tonight in the nation's capital to remember their family members, to mourn the losses, to comfort each other, I'm grateful for the families of the victims over the last year as they've worked to advocate for changes at the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, and congressional legislation like the Rotor Act. Thanks to their support, the Senate advanced this critical legislation last year. This was an important step, but our progress has been stalled in the House. The National Transportation Safety Board's hearing just yesterday further confirmed that this legislation could have made a difference on January 29th, a year ago. We cannot afford to waste any more time. I urgently insist the House of Representatives quickly pass this legislation or amend it and pass it so we can find consensus. I want to commend the NTSB Chair, Jennifer Hamady, and her team on their thorough investigation of the crash. Their report will guide Congress in the coming weeks in our efforts to ensure safety in our skies. In addition to passing and implementing the Rotor Act, Congress will soon hold a hearing after the NTSB releases its final report in about 2 weeks to review the findings and recommendations. We need to determine what, if any, congressional action is necessary to implement these recommendations and make certain the FAA and Army are making the recommended changes. Provided funding for further modernization of our aviation system, advance new technologies at the FAA, and train and support air traffic controllers. We should not miss the moment to act and ensure lasting change. I cannot imagine the pain each of the families of the victims has experienced every day since January 29th. This week, their loss must be felt especially hard as they face the anniversary of the crash. Tonight, I want to remember those who perished, 67 lives that ended way too soon. We resolve to honor their legacy, to work to make our skies safer, and remember those we loved who lost their lives. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I now ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 591, which is at the desk.
The clerk will read the report.
Senate Resolution 591, recognizing the 30th anniversary of the first flight of the FA-18E1 Super Hornet from Lambert Field in St. Louis, Missouri, and so forth.
The clerk reports title. Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I then ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10:30 a.m. Thursday, January 29th. That following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders to be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate resume the motion to proceed to calendar number 302, H.R. 7148.
Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask it stand adjourned until under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. tomorrow.